真假的？那我这个这边还能动吗？他这个后面是裁判是吧？我这边是不影响。
Hello and welcome to day one of the Asian Sevens competition. Under 18s girls and under 18 boys action coming to you from Hohhot in China, the capital and largest city of the Inner Mongolian region. And it's a beautiful day in the city as we are about to get ourselves underway. We're kicking off with what would be 4 rounds of matches in the girls' competition, although in the first game of the day that was scheduled for 9:35, Hong Kong China actually had a bye. They are the reigning champions in this competition and are in a 3-team pool, along with the 2 teams that have taken the field here, China and Kazakhstan. And it's China on the ball first and making good use of it, sprinting down this left wing, and with just 20 seconds on the clock they will get the opening score of this game. A wonderful try and really well executed by the Chinese. Will be spurred on by home support. Conversion to come from China. And just chipped up and floating into the right hand upright. No points added to the score, but China do lead 5-0. Just one use of the ball as we watch again. They really exploited the space perfectly, lined up their defenders, and were able to send their winger galloping down that left-hand touchline. And some real pace shown early on from China, encouraging signs from them. Kazakhstan secure the restart, and they're going to have to work their way up the pitch here from inside their own 22. China pouring players into the breakdown and win the penalty, win the turnover, and are already straight onto the attack. And will cross once again. 2 minutes played, 2 tries scored for China. This time the kick is successful, so in the first match of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under 18 Sevens 2025, it is China leading Kazakhstan 12-0. Kazakhstan, as they look to secure the ball here, And if they've let it bounce, that's not ideal for them, and it will head over the touchline and be a line out to the Kazakhstani side. Yet to get themselves beyond the 22-metre line with ball in hand. First line out of the game, first time to see how Kazakhstan do at this set play within the game. They've done really well, managing to get the ball shifted quickly away from the line out, but perhaps a little too quickly. Ball lost forwards. And China once again will find themselves in a familiar position. Ball in hand. And only a short distance to the Kazakhstan line. Forwards packing down against each other. Scrum stable from both sides, but it's China who get the better of it, and China who will score again. Simple pick and go from the scrum half, and she wove her way to the right the scrum and then left of the defender, beat the tackle, and over for China's third try. We see this one again, just that simple pick and go, carving right then left. China at the moment finding this all too easy, one of the real emerging forces in Asian rugby. Certainly the popularity of the Sevens programme at the Olympic Games, something that has spurred investment in rugby sevens within the People's Republic of China. Kazakhstan trying to play fluidly with the offload there in the tackle, but it's ended up straight into Chinese hands. Solid at contact time there, the Chinese. And now, for the first time, they'll look to work this right-hand side of the field. So far, everything has come left of the posts for them. Kazakhstan, on this occasion, managing to make their tackles until the Chinese spread it wide to the left. It's a second score for their winger in the number 3 jersey. Conversion unsuccessful on that occasion, but China won't be too bothered. They lead 24-0. As we see some of the supporters in the background, the shot there, they are really starting to enjoy themselves here and will be licking their lips ahead of their clash later on today against Hong Kong, China. The real marker match for them, that will be, that one's coming up at 20-5. But Kazakhstan now closing in on Chinese territory for the first time. And the pick and go from the ruck down the short side does get them over that halfway line. Good passing from left to right. As I say that, it does just break down for them. Not for the first time on that right wing. Best receipt of a restart yet for the Kazakhstani side. But ultimately it does end up with a scrum to the Chinese following the knock-on. Kazakhstan deciding to make an early change here, which you would imagine is injury enforced, unless they are wanting to take the opportunity to see as many of their players as possible on the pitch. Unfortunately for the teams in this Pool C, there are not quite as many matches for them to play. Half-time hooter rings out around the stadium here in Hohhot. China will look for one final big play. Yeah, the referee's whistle confirming there that that ball had been knocked on by China. So the two teams will head to the halftime break with one-way traffic having been the story of the game so far. All of the action played in the Kazakhstan half, and almost all of it with Chinese possession, putting them in a 24-0 scoreline at half-time. Second 7 minutes of this opening match of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. It's the familiar sight of China kicking the ball downfield to this Kazakhstani side, who not for the first time make an error, having passed the ball fairly quickly from one side of the field to the other. Just breaks down on that final pass again to set up another Chinese attacking opportunity. Just on the tail end of the markers, extending from the 5 metre line. They will send a player over to the blind side as well, just to create that bit more space on the open side. But again, it's their scrum half that picks and goes from the base of the scrum. This time Kazakhstan do close her down before the line, but it was only a matter of time. It's the first receiver, but it's crashing over just by the posts. Power game on that opportunity from China, showing that they do have real variance in their game. They've sprinted through gaps, they've weaved their way through spaces that didn't seem to be there, and now powering through tackles. So we get their opening score of the second half after just a minute of play. See this one more time, breaking through that tackle and then having the strength to survive the covering one on the landing. 31-0. This the first of a chunk of 3 girls matches that we'll be bringing you from this under-18s competition before we switch over to the boys competition. Next up is India and Japan, followed by Malaysia and Uzbekistan. As Kazakhstan now do break into the Chinese half properly for the first time, and again favouring a pick and go from the ruck. Perhaps not so confident of backing their passing play from the ruck. The scrum half down on the ground. The problem with that play for the Kazakhstani side is that it allows the Chinese jackals to get in really quickly and once again win the penalty, and China sensing a feeling of superiority at the scrum set piece. Call for the forwards to be brought in again. A bit of a conversation here between the Chinese and the referee about feeding into scrum. Looks like perhaps the Chinese scrum half not super confident with what she was doing there, so a change made by China. Woman the scrum. First tackle broken, the second one is successful from Kazakhstan. China down the short side. Big handoff coming in from their winger there. Managing to gain a good 4 or 5 extra metres in the tackle. And the offload here, a bit of a risky one. Kazakhstan could put themselves in a strong position here if they make that tackle stick. Wasn't quite strong enough. And it will allow China to break in the offload game. It's going to set up a 1v1. Kazakhstan do win it, but tackle wasn't fully completed. China release the ball, pick it back up, offload, and familiar story. Having to work a little bit harder for that score than they had done some of their earlier ones in the game. Coming from a lot deeper down the pitch. That's proven to be no real problem for the Chinese. So we see this one again, great technique to get that offload away, but it was also the rugby awareness before that. While the tackle had been completed, there was no ruck, so the attacking player was able to place the ball on the ground, get back to her feet, pick it back up and continue her run, which she did in one fluid motion, and that really set up that try for China. Big hit coming in on the Kazakhstani receiver there. It's the same story every time that Kazakhstan pass that ball out to the right winger. That pass, not the best one to her. Just floated a little to her left and she's only able to stick out a hand to try and grab it. But she will want to get her hands on the ball to give her a bit of confidence. She is able to run at these Chinese defenders. Speed of passing from China, scything the Kazakhstanis open. And a superb team try for the People's Republic of China here. As we move into the final minute of play of this opening match of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. Day 1 of 2 pool play today, and then the knockouts tomorrow. China will be feeling pretty confident of progressing from this 3-team pool into the cup stages of the competition. Top 2 teams go into the cup. The bottom 2 teams will go into the plate, and the other girls' pool does have the full 4 teams in it, as did both boys' pools. So there will be full plate representation from those pools. Tricky kick there from Kazakhstan. They didn't send any chasers up, but the bounce that was allowed by the Chinese before catching it just foxed the defender. As it bounced back up towards them, they knocked it on. So as with the hooter having sounded, Kazakhstan will have one final opportunity to try and get some points on the board, salvage some pride, gain some confidence heading into their second pool match against Hong Kong, China. We'll play that one at 1:20 local time, when China will have had a bye, so they'll have a nice rest before their pool C decider against Hong Kong, China this afternoon. Tricky pass out of the ruck there. It's the Kazakhstani player dived on the loose ball. Chinese defender dived on her, and therefore penalty Kazakhstan, and second opportunity for them to try and make their way downfield in dead ball time here. But then it's Kazakhstan who give away the penalty. Straight over the ball, straight off their feet. China already 41 points to the good. Want to take this opportunity to see what they can do, and they're going to call for the scrum again. While most teams might say job well done at this stage, tap the ball and kick it to touch. With just 2 pool matches, the Chinese side will want to make the most of every minute that they have, these opportunities to play international rugby, the under 18 age grade level. So valuable. Every experience is a positive one. China really grabbing the experience of both hands, although not quite grabbing the ball with both hands on that occasion, so it does just fire through them and over the touchline. But China take the spoils, 41 points to 0, winning the opening match of the Asia Rugby Emirates under 18 Sevens 2025, putting themselves in pole position in Pool C, and a really nice display of sporting behaviour here from both sides. The Chinese girls gathering hand in hand to bow towards their Kazakhstani opponents, and then handshakes all round as this game ends. China 41, Kazakhstan 0. Those of you who are regular fans of sevens will know that the games come thick and fast. Every game today in a 25-minute slot, so do stick with us, because there is a huge amount of action to enjoy over the coming day or two from Hohhot here in northern China. India and Japan, the next two teams to take the field. Now, Japan didn't compete at this tournament last year, but are, of course, traditionally one of the powerhouses of Asian rugby. India and Malaysia in this pool, they did compete, and they actually contested the fourth place final a year ago. It was Malaysia who came up tops in that one, winning 12 points to 0. The two teams will meet later on today at 5:30 local time. It's India who will be looking to progress beyond the semi-final stage in the competition this year, to go one better than they did in 2024. They will be the first with ball in hand, and it's going to be a breakaway try straight away. So well read, and space in front of her, and just sprints all the way down towards the posts. And a brilliant opening try for Vijay Sri Ratore and the Indian team. And you can see how much that means to her and her teammates. Great celebrations. And the simplest of tries, although I can assure you it didn't come from anything other than brilliant skill and athleticism. Anita Murmu able to add the extras. We'll get to see this one more time. Jumping there to make sure of the ball, carving her way through the defensive line. And even the sweeper for Japan, she might be doing her best to get after her, but she was never going to catch Ratore with the speed that she had built up. Japan, can they do the same back at India? Well, that pass a little bit loose, thrown behind, and India immediately trying to counter-attack here, chipping the ball through on the ground, making a good follow-up tackle. Japan do secure possession, but they're deep inside their own 22. I thought they might just have got away with that pick up there, ball bouncing off the grass. The referee spotting a knock-on. Scrum to India, and almost immediately after that opening try, they have the opportunity to build their lead even further. Good defence there by the Hong Kong-China scrum half, making sure to get right after her opposite number after she picked the ball up from the scrum. In the end, it leads to a penalty for Hong Kong-China. Opportunity to try and set something up here. Chichiro Ito opts actually for the Rugby 15s style kick to touch. Decent ground gain there, up past the 10-metre line for Japan, to throw this ball into the line out. They're a little bit off centre, but play allowed to continue. Nice flat pass there, sending the runner straight into the defensive wall. Good quick passing from Japan, and they've gained solid amounts of territory already up towards the Indian 22, and the gap just opening up in the middle there. And it is going to be Chihiro Ito who started the whole thing with her penalty kick to touch. She's going to run in under the posts and get Japan's opening score. She throws the ball over to Minamihara Momozakura, who will level things up. Halfway through this opening period, it is India 7, China 7. Japan 7, sorry. Japan will have been frustrated to fall behind the way they did. And that opening 30 seconds shown really good teamwork and rugby nous to level this game back up, and then putting a lot of pressure on the Indians there to regain possession from their own restart, and it's going to lead to a second score for Japan just moments later. Kano Ako score it down the right wing. Hinata Kawabi just chips that one. That's the left hand upright. So Japan do now hold the lead, just a 5-point lead. No one able to claim that ball initially on the restart. India having to sweep back and pick it up on the bounce. Finding a Japanese defensive line ready to pounce and make the tackles here. Pouring players into the ruck, go India, and it has allowed them to break down that right hand touchline. The sweeper gets across, but a step back inside. Japan there defensively, and they do win the ball. The Indian supporting line just too slow to get there. I think they thought maybe the job had been done and a second try had been secured. Japan in the fight the whole way. Now the opportunity to try and set something up with the advantage. None coming, so the referee does award the penalty. It's an offside call. Indian defence just up a little bit too eagerly on this near side, and so once again Japan will look for the kick to touch, gaining a maximum ground there by having the ball bounce in field. Now Indian fullback at home to try and keep the ball alive. And Yuri Harada throw in here again. Japan winning their line out comfortably, and again receiving a penalty for offside. So ill discipline starting to cost India here. They're 5 points down. They need ball in hand. A third penalty now for Japan, and the referee just having a little word there, warning the Indians that the next penalty that they concede is likely to be a sin bin. Dancing feet here from Japan, creates a hole. Good distribution to the left wing. It's able to turn and burn over the try line. It is, in fact, Nakano Ako, who scored their go-ahead try, gets another on the hooter. Japan, the opportunity now to move 12 points ahead at the half-time break, which they duly do. Hinata Kawabi having no issues with that conversion as we see this one more time. Last ditch desperation tackle attempted by the Indian captain Anshu Kamari, but it is another try for Ako, another try for Japan, and they lead 19-7 at the break here in game 2 of the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens. Second half underway here as Japan, already 12 points ahead, are going to do exactly what India did to open the game, scoring straight off the restart. They need to run through the defensive line on this occasion as Nakano Ako brings up her hat-trick. Just moments into the second half, she went right round the edge of the Indian defence. Score from 60 metres out as Yuna Hosokawa knocks over the conversion. And the simplest of tries for Japan, this. It looked like India had all the pace in the opening couple of minutes of the first half. Japan, once they found their rhythm, they're showing that they have pace to burn as well. And now lead 26 points to 7. Taking too long here at the restart though, Japan. And penalty tap to India. Just trying to work out where the gaps are in front of them. Slightly loose ball. Fly half allows the Japanese line to get up there really quickly. Big hit. Forces the ball loose, and it's Japan in possession again. Not held in the tackle, already up to the Indian 22. Winning the penalty. Discipline started to be an issue for the Indian side in the first half. They need to make sure it is not something that hampers their game in the second as they try and get themselves back in this one. Japan proving too strong. Once again finding their way to the line. And on this occasion it is Yuna Hosokawa who gets the score for Japan, and she's going to look to convert her own try. Just pushes that one to the right. Japan in a commanding 31 points to 7 lead. Pace on the last try, power on this one. Just through two defenders for the dive over the whitewash. Just spits out of the ruck there, but India managing to keep possession. You can see the pressure that the Japanese defence is exerting. It's really starting to make life difficult for India. Breaking through once again, offloading and scoring. It's Chihiro Ito, latest to increase Japan's tally in this one. One-way traffic in this second half. Hosokawa, it's a better strike on that one. Simple stuff from the scrum there. The show and go from Hosokawa. Managing to get her around the first defender. And then the offload, just as she hit the ground, sends Ito over. Big boot on that restart. It's going to go over the heads of everybody. Bounce into touch on the Indian 22. They take the line out quickly. A risky play given how well this Japanese side have defended. In the end, turned out to be the wrong call. Ball just not able to be held on to in contact. Good pace. And try coming nice and easily for Japan on this occasion. Hirohito once again. We get a chance to watch this replay. It's really a textbook example of how to run an overs line, the open side from the scrum, draw your defender in and then weave around the outside of them. India starting to chase shadows at this stage. Inside the final minute. And a restart measured absolutely to perfection. Japan putting on a clinic here. You've got to say, China, well, they looked impressive in the opening game. Japan, every bit as impressive now, especially in this second half. The knockout stages tomorrow are going to be really interesting, with teams that level coming up against one another. India, though, they still have the opportunity, 2 more games in the pool stage today, to get themselves into the cup tomorrow. As the buzzer goes, Japan will pick from the ruck, run down the wing and get one final try. An opportunity here, if they can convert it, to hit 50 points in their opening game. Good to see, even with all the tries that have been scored, lots of Japanese teammates running in there to celebrate that final try. Hosokawa goes for 50, gets 50. India 7. Japan 50 is how this game ends. So Japan in pole position now in Pool D. India, well, they'll be back in action later on today. 1:45 they'll play Uzbekistan, and then again at 5:30 they will play Malaysia. As I mentioned at the top of the match, they came up against in the 3rd place playoff in this competition last year, losing 12-0, so an opportunity for revenge this year. Japan, next time you'll see them tear up this pitch is 2:10 local time. The 2 teams congratulate one another. A well-fought game, but it's one where Japan take the spoils 50 points to 7. Final game of this first round of women's pool matches coming up in just 5 minutes' time, and that will be Malaysia against Uzbekistan. the final match of the pool phase of the round 1 pool phase in the girls under 18 sevens here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens 2025. We'll see Malaysia take on Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan in their first appearance in this tournament. Brilliant to see them playing at this level. Another example of the growth of rugby in Asia. It's been incredible to see over recent times. Malaysia kicking this restart long. Uzbekistan ending up having to start from their own 5-metre line, throwing that one backwards at tackle time as well, and forced into an early flat kick. Scooped up by Malaysia. Making a run back at them straight away. Attacking that left-hand edge first of all, and then trying to power through the defence close to the ruck. Just losing the ball in contact there will let Uzbekistan off the hook. In fact, there's an overlap for them to exploit here. The question is, do they have the pace to go the whole way? And they are going to win the foot race, and they are going to get the opening score, Uzbekistan, against last year's bronze medalists in the girls under 18 competition. First appearance, first try for Uzbekistan, a moment of history at this level. It was Gulsanam who got that try for them. Rosbaweva Gulsanam. No conversion, but Uzbekistan lead 5-0. Giza kicks that down to the 22-metre line. Malaysia will know that they are in a game here. More experienced side of the two. Uzbekistan counter-rucking really well there. The Jackal straight in. Penalty 1. They will attack into the Malaysian 22. Offload game. 2 in a row there. Brings them just a few metres short of the try line. Numbers to the right hand side. They just need to give it the right moment, but the final pass was forward. Needed to come just a fraction earlier. Tackle that came in from the Malaysian defender made the pass so much more difficult. Great last gasp defending from Malaysia. See it one more time there. Now it's Malaysia's turn to go for an early kick from inside their own 22. That one has worked a lot better than the Uzbek one that we saw in the opening minutes. However, Malaysia then give up the penalty on the chase, not releasing in the tackle. Uzbekistan opt for the scrum off the penalty. Both sides just taking a little bit of time to head in for this scrum. It has been a breathless start. Giza feeds the ball in, picks and goes herself. Uzbekistan drawing their defence, timing their passes to perfection here. Just trying to stand up the last defender. Some good footwork, and the offloading skills of this Uzbek side are really something to marvel at the moment. It leads to their second try. This time for Olam Baganova Zula. Giza with a tricky conversion attempt to the wrong side for her as a right footer. The line wasn't too far off, but unfortunately the length wasn't there. Chance to see this offloading skill from the Uzbek side one more time. Really well worked. And Malaysia, well, quite a bit of work to do. One thing that would give them hope is conversions not able to be added on either try. So they're not quite as far behind as they might be otherwise. They do have the line out here, 10 metres inside their own half, to try and build a sustained period of possession. Line out one fairly simply not contested really by Uzbekistan. And then a little over eager in their chase, offside penalty called. Malaysia shifting the ball quickly from the tap, trying to turn the final defender inside out. But again, the covering defence from Uzbekistan really strong and winning another penalty. Stepping back inside, good distribution. And this will be Uzbekistan's third try. It is Nargiza. It's been really strong so far with her restarts, with her running play from the scrum. Now her opportunity to go over the line herself. That step back inside. That awareness that Nargiza was on the inside shoulder, running that supporting line. What proved to be the difference maker on that occasion. Great opening match here for Uzbekistan, who then force Malaysia over the touchline as well. I'll have the line out. Playing the ball away from the set piece fluidly, quickly. And knocking on just as the hooter goes. Referee decides that there is going to be time for the scrum. She blew her whistle for it before the hooter went. So Malaysia one final opportunity to get their opening score of the game. As time expires in the opening 7 minutes. Stacking their backs to the left. Uzbekistan in quickly on the defence, causing the knock on. Followed up with another one. So that will be all that we have in this opening 7 minutes. It's an incredibly positive opening 7 minutes for Uzbekistan. 3 tries for them, and they lead 15 points to 0 at the break. Jumbo Bueba, Nargiza and Uzbekistan. And they look to continue a really positive first 7 minutes of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. It's Malaysia who will have first use of the ball. Get the first penalty of this second half as well. Got a bit of pressure relieved. I've had lots to talk about at half time. Managing to move the ball quickly there from the tackle, despite the big hit put in by the Uzbek defender. And now a chance to get away on the right hand side, but just beaten in the end by the touchline. Good defence coming in from Uzbekistan as well. They win their line out. What a cut back to the left that was. Malaysia just scrambling in time to shut the threat down. Losing control of it in the midfield. Malaysia, it's the most promising position they found themselves in for quite a while. Delay to the game here is the referee being told from the sidelines that there are substitutions to be made. There seems to be a little bit of confusion on the Uzbek side as to who it is that's meant to be heading off the pitch. So in the end, no subs are made. Referee calls time back on. Malaysia have options both left and right here. They're going to get the advantage, they get the penalty. Uzbekistan a little over eager. Can't trouble the 9. They've not picked up the ball yet. Up to the 22 now, Malaysia. A couple of offloads, one planned, one not. Still maintaining possession. Just losing it forward there. Few too many loose passes thrown in the end. And now Uzbekistan will make the substitution. We are bringing you every single match of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025 live on Asia Rugby Live on YouTube from Hohhot in China. So Uzbekistan look to counter here. They've been Malaysia on the attack. Much of the opening few minutes of this second half. Now Uzbekistan's first chance to really put the pedal to the floor, see what they can create. Just breaks down, so it's starting to look promising for them. Malaysia at the moment just clinging on to this game, just about still in the fight, but they are going to need to score soon, because it's not only the scoreboard but also the clock that is starting to move against them. 3 minutes to go, 3 tries behind. We will need 3 scores here, even with the missed conversions from Uzbekistan. They've done enough. If Malaysia score 2 converted tries, so they cannot hang about here, Malaysians. Just trying to keep the ball alive. Forcing it a little bit too much on the left hand side. Uzbekistan will be in no rush to play this scrum. The Malaysians ready to pack down first. And then Uzbekistan taking the opportunity to make a second substitution. It's Gulsanam who scored the opening try, who makes way. Free kick to Malaysia. Frustratingly for Malaysia, still just not able to get deep into the Uzbek territory and threaten the scoreboard. Another attack ends with a handling error. And Uzbekistan will know that they have almost certainly done enough now, barring a miracle from Malaysia. Their numbers stacked to the left hand side. They had an overlap if they had been able to keep the ball in hand. This game starting to break down, a succession of scrums in the latter stages of this second half. It's been successful in taking the wind out of the sails of any attempted Malaysian comeback. Flinging the ball a little bit soon. They've really gained much ground. This is better from Malaysia. Just got to be wary of that touchline. Better on this occasion. Staying in field, keeping the ball alive. Quick from the ruck. There is a big hole in front of the first receiver, but she chose not to run into it. Instead distributing. And the opportunity dries up in front of them. They create something here with the offload. No ball left behind. Final substitution coming from Uzbekistan. Just a few seconds remaining on the clock. No scores in this second half. Still 3 tries separating the two sides. All expertly scored by Uzbekistan in the opening 7 minutes. Malaysia winning this one against the head, but just struggling to get the ball out. Hands in the scrum from the Uzbek forward pack. Final pass going astray for Malaysia. Backwards, however. Strong tackle, throwing the Malaysian runner into touch. So it might not be the one-sided contest we saw on the scoreboard of the opening couple of games of the day. But Uzbekistan have looked really strong in this first match for them. Just flinging that loose ball there, which could give Malaysia the opportunity to get themselves on the board. It's hoofed out over the touchline. And Uzbekistan keeping a clean sheet. 15 points to 0. They will move into second place in their pool behind Japan. And we will see Uzbekistan up against Japan in their last game of the day. 5:05 local time, that one. Before that they will play India at 1:45. So that brings the first round of games in the girls under 18 competition to an end. If a 15-0 win for Uzbekistan. Next up, we have the first round of boys matches to bring you. India against China up first for Hong Kong China against tournament debutants Qatar. Chinese Taipei against Japan. And then the opening round concluding with Malaysia against Kazakhstan at 12:30. So the opening matches of the boys competition just a few minutes away as we see some of the highlights from the opening half. Uzbekistan were able to run in those 3 excellent tries. They'll go and take a lot of confidence into their final 2 pool matches of the day. Game 1 of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025 in the boys competition. It's India against China. Huge amount of honour to be won here. Two largest nations on earth. Two key growth areas for rugby, not only in Asia but worldwide. It's India playing left to right. He will kick the ball to the Chinese to get this match underway. India involved in the competition last year. China, however, were not here on home ground, just as we saw with the girls team. Will not be a force to be underestimated. That's a really good kick-off by India, however, kicking it right towards the touchline, and a fantastic chase that then pushes the Chinese catcher over the line, and will give India a line out inside the Chinese 22. All goes over the top, however, China with an opportunity to get the ball away from their lines. The ball nearly forms in a few extra metres. Loose pass from the ruck, but they've dealt with it really well despite the on-rushing Indian defence. Just looking to step around the outside there. Good pace of play already shown by China. Eager defence by the Indians. Spreading the ball wide, the Chinese not able to hold on to it on the final pass. Just as India were looking to be stretched defensively, managed to make the stop. They will have the scrum. Just the right side of halfway as far as they. Final pass along the line there, just behind the runner, to check his pace, to make sure he caught it. Loose ball here, but it has opened up a gap on the far side for India. Offloading play as the Chinese defence comes pouring in. It is China who are going to get the turnover here. Play here, taking the ball all the way up to the line before they distribute it. Great step to keep the ball alive. Once again though, handling, almost letting China down. They did, however, have the advantage. So it's actually India that has won the penalty. Now up for the scrum. Quarter of the way through the match. This first under-18 boys game of the day. And we are awaiting the first score. Chinese defence forcing a knock on. So India not able to build any kind of sustained possession on this occasion. Good conditions for sevens rugby so far today. Nice and cool and dry. Temperature is due to pick up later in the day, as is the wind. The chance of rain also decreasing. As China break down the left-hand side, and they will get their opening score. That's going to be just under the posts as well. So a great chance to make it a maximum 7 points. Really well worked try. Inside their own half. Sound of the ball ricocheting off the bar there, ringing out around the stadium. Here you see one more time the pace and the balance shown by the Chinese winger. Not only to get away from the defence, but also to just bust through 3 despairing diving tackles from the Indian cover defence. Slight pause here as we wait for the match ball to be returned to the field of play. China 5, India 0. A minute and a half to go in the opening period. India perhaps playing a little bit too freely, so close to their own line. China sensing blood, pouring players into the breakdown there. And then applying further pressure to force the knock on. They've got a real opportunity now to double their score before the break. Pick and go, round to the short side, and a well celebrated try by the Chinese. It's a popular one with the crowd as well, that's starting to fill up in the stadium here in Hohhot. China will have time here. One more restarts. That conversion very nearly made it from far out on the right hand side. See the pick and go from the scrum once again. India managing to catch that ball, turn and run at the Chinese defence, but losing it again. They will be saved by the fact that the hooter had already sounded here. So they will stay just the 10 points behind as China were putting themselves in a position to get a third. China 10, India 0 at half-time. China holding a 10-point lead, 2 tries to the good, and managing to regain the ball off their own restart here to open the second half. Just a little over-eager on the first pass, but not as over-eager as the Indian defence were. Up offside. See a real trend through the competition here of teams opting to take the scrum when they win the penalty. Japan in the girls' competition going for a couple of kicks to touch, but the traditionally favoured tap and go in the game of sevens. Not getting as much of a run out. China, well, they played this brilliantly. Played this absolutely brilliantly. Stacking the numbers to the short side, creating a 2-on-1 opportunity. And then show and go allows them to score closer to the posts. And they increase their lead immediately in this second half. Winning the restart, winning the penalty, winning the scrum, going on to score. And just for good measure, to add the extras as well. India 0, China 17. Not far into the second half. Ball once again just taking a little bit of time to make its way back onto the pitch, allows India to make a substitution as well. And China do on this latest restart, another one where they managed to retain possession. And opportunities on the left hand side of the field once again. The overlap coming for China. For anyone coaching under 18 boys rugby, China putting on an absolute clinic of how to win your own restart and turn it into a scoring opportunity straight away. Starting to assert control in this match. Try scorer still down over the line. So the Chinese medics will head over to give him a little bit of attention. Looks like a sub likely to be made. Still down on one knee there. I've got to say the Indian defender did have the opportunity, Sagar Prakash, to make a covering tackle there. But decided to go for the grab on the shirt rather than the wrap. That's not enough to stop his opposite number at full speed. China favouring this near touchline with their restarts in the second half. And that is 3 from 3. Has ended up back in their hands. This one from an error from the Indians rather than a clean catch or knockback from the Chinese. Ultimately it's all the same result. China in possession, China with the attacking opportunities. Quick away from the scrum, cutting back inside. Sun starts to force its way through the clouds here. It's going to make it a little bit tricky for the Chinese. It's in their eyes at the moment. But it's the Indians making the error. Again, we see China opting for the scrum. Last time they had one in this position. Put a couple of players over on the blind side. Executed a 2-on-1 with a fake pass to open their scoring in this second half. Changes being made here. India yet to have any kind of sustained possession in this second period. Very nearly a carbon copy of that opening try of this second half for China. India just making them work a little bit harder here. Pouring players in around the ball carrier. All but two of the Indian defenders involved in that tackle. China win the penalty. Looks like on this occasion they are going to go for the tap. No, deciding against it. They will bring players in around the ball. Which of course in a game of sevens creates acres of space on the pitch. And with the running that we have seen from these Chinese attackers, you would not put money against them scoring fairly easily from here, and they do, diving over by the posts. Another try chalked up by the Chinese. Remember their girls team won 41-0 over Kazakhstan in their opening match. The boys not quite having notched up the same number of points just yet. Doing a pretty good job. That latest score leading to the simplest of conversions. China 29, India 0. China once again taking the ball from the restart, and another penalty, and it's a penalty too many as far as the referee is concerned. India already struggling in this second half, yet to have any possession. Will now face a Chinese line out, a final Chinese onslaught towards their lines with only 6 defenders against the Chinese attacking team. India doing their best here though to get their players across, covering tackles coming in, and they've done fantastically. China were always going to have the overlap. They were always going to have to be defending more players than they had in their line, were India. And really, the pressure was eventually going to tell, no matter how valiant their defensive effort was. It's good to see them really stuck in the fight to the very end as much as they possibly could. China scoring a final try on the buzzer and taking this opening game 36 points to 0. You see the joy of scoring in front of your home crowd. Handshakes from both sides. Next up, we've got Hong Kong, China against debutants Qatar. And a nice moment here as the Chinese side thank the travelling support. Of course, they are on home ground, but I'm sure there's friends and family that have travelled from other regions of China to cheer their under-18 boys team on. It's job done in game 1 of the day, 36-0 over India. just a few minutes' time, we will see Hong Kong, China up against Qatar. Hong Kong, China, runners-up in last year's competition, head into a huddle on halfway against this year's tournament debutants, Qatar. Hong Kong, China losing that final quite heavily, 43 points to nil a year ago against the United Arab Emirates. Now face a different opposition from the Arabian Gulf. Qatar, their appearance here, another sign of the growth of rugby in Asia. What a valuable opportunity this is going to be for their under-18 boys side. Lead Hassan Ali to get us underway. Just slices that kick, and it ends up falling perfectly for Hong Kong China, who are going to sprint to the line here. Scoring off the opening play is Ryan Schroeder. Just recognising that that kick was going to fall short. But Qatar weren't in a position to contest it. They didn't want to give away the tap on halfway. As it was, they ended up giving away far more. Schroeder finding no one in front of him. And also no one had the pace running after him as well. He does get that opening score. Just then converted by Matthew McQuay. Well, errors either side. The restarts to open the match. If you're going to get it wrong, the better thing to do is to at least get it off the field of play, as Hong Kong China have done there, so that your opposition can't run straight back at you. First time that we get to see the Qataris in possession. Fortunately, it doesn't last long. Ball just dying as it got to Khalid Hassan. It'll be a scrum to Hong Kong China. Try scorer Schroeder. Feed the ball. Referee just wanted to make sure both rows are engaging correctly here. And Qatar putting on a really good shove that sends Schroeder scampering after that bouncing ball. And he's done well with it. And it's Kennis who keeps on going here for Hong Kong China, releasing the ball and picking it back up and going again. Deep inside the Qatari 22 now. They go to that short side. And well, there shouldn't have been an overlap there, but both Qatari defenders converging on the inside runner. Allows Hong Kong China to get her over on the far side. Qatar just needing to make sure that their communication is a little bit better. Each defender sticks to his own man. As we see a drawing of the defender and a distribution from Hugh Hand over to Seb Atkins.
زين خلنا من الوتر بويز بركة بونتو يدخلوا فيسا هي مش كيما الفوز ترى مش يجيبوا المال هما فيسا.
Troubles with the restarts continuing for both sides. Qatar once again will start with a tap on halfway. Immediately playing a move straight off that tap, and it's foxed the Hong Kong China defenders at first, but then once they got to grips with the Qatari attack, they forced them back to halfway. Really good pressure exerted here, big strong tackle, and it is Atkins who's able to come away with it for China, just pulled in by the Qatari defence. But there's an opportunity on the left-hand side, and it will be a score for Arthur Grislade. Very physically imposing player at this under-18 boys level. Anyone that can jog with the ball in one hand as comfortably as he was after scoring that try is going to be an attacking threat. He moves Hong Kong China to 17. Quay not able to get them to 19 on this occasion. See, he just turns his hips, shapes away from Hassan Mohammed. Hong Kong China's third try. This restart lands in field. The tackle was made on the jumping Jake Cow. There's going to be a penalty for Hong Kong China. Silly error to have given away. That is followed up by an unfortunate error from the Qataris. Ball lost. Hong Kong China scrum. Just outside the Qatar 22. Ball comes straight back out, so that scrum's going to be reset. And same thing happens on this occasion. The referee opting to award the free kick to Qatar, feels that the ball was kicked straight back out by Hong Kong China foot. And it's Manuel Reese September takes the ball to the Hong Kong China line. Defence infringing, penalty to Qatar. All of their players stacked to the left-hand side. Again, lack of communication for Qatar. They've just been thrown around fairly aimlessly. Luckily for them, Hong Kong China are offside, so they will get another penalty. A free kick and 2 penalties in a row. So this first half draws to a close. Qatar 17 points down and really struggling now to do anything that finds a way through the Hong Kong China defence. Losing the ball forward once again to bring an end to this opening 7 minutes. It's been largely dominated by the Hong Kong China outfit. 17-0, they lead at the break. Second half underway. Hong Kong China playing that kick safely. That one away from the touchline, and Qatar beating the tackle here. Trying to break down the left-hand side. In the end, Harry O'Donnell find himself with a foot in touch. But there's promising signs for Qatar. They were just able to unlock a little weakness in Hong Kong China's defence. Need more of that in this second half if they're going to find a way back into this match. Hong Kong China leading 17 points to 0. Starting to feel confident enough to throw the ball around a little bit. However, not quite able to execute on that occasion. So Qatar will have the line out. Lead Hassan Al-Ali. Throwing in, but one against the head by Hong Kong China. Qatar defence reading the numbers well, not able to execute the tackles. As Hugh Hand powers his way through. Tom's hand it was actually on this occasion. Congratulated by Schroeder. And then Phillips rushing that conversion attempt slightly. Listening to the left hand upright. Here we see the switch play. And too much physicality for the defence, and then beating the covering tackle as well that was thrown in by Mohamed Yassin Negreedi. Extending Hong Kong China's lead. 22 points to 0 now, and they win their restart as well. Able to spread the ball quickly from one side of the pitch to the other. Huge gap in centre field. Hong Kong China able to exploit it. It is Arthur Grislane. Runs through for his second try. He's going to take the conversion himself. Did hear a call from the sidelines. Hong Kong China in the first half, calling for as many as they could get. These quick conversions look to be Hong Kong China practicing for a situation where they find themselves chasing a game, needing to rack up points to go through as pool winners. The slightly undone by taking a little bit longer to explain the plans on the restart, and then compounded as the line gets in front of the kicker and gives away the error on the restart. So Qatar now with an opportunity inside their opponent's half for the first time since the break. Only able to maintain possession there with the penalty conceded by Hong Kong China. Khalid Hassan really trying to lead from the front for Qatar. Good offload. Keeps this attack going, and it is actually going to lead to Qatar's opening score. Really nice try through Tuan Shamal Samidon. He's going to attempt to convert his own try as well. It's Qatar who can't hang around too much here. Points difference could be crucial when it comes to deciding the final standings in the pool. So they will want to narrow the deficit as much as possible. Nice in and out line to get that try. India, of course, lost their match by 36 points. Qatar were losing by 31. Now just by 26. So currently they would have the easier fixture in the plate semi-finals tomorrow, were the pool to end like it is currently. However, lots of sevens rugby to be played before that point. lots more tries to come for Hong Kong China if they play with this much clarity and this much aplomb. Oliver Phillips, the latest man to add his name to the score sheet. Picking that ball from the ruck, seeing an absolute chasm to the left. So he was able to run through untouched. Knocks over the conversion as well. Won't get too many tries easier than that one.
Yeah, nice.
So no sooner than Qatar got themselves onto the score sheet, they find themselves conceding another 7. Hong Kong China 38, Qatar 5. The minute to play in this one. Hong Kong China, they'll feel confident with their scoring, but an area they really need to work on before some of the bigger games in this competition is their restarts. They only managed to execute on a couple of them. Against a team like China, with the way they played in their opening match, they will be punished heavily for errors like that. Managing to knock the ball loose in the tackle there, and unable to convert it into a real chance. Go back for the original knock-on. It was a Qatari one. So it will be a scrum to Hong Kong China on halfway. 15 metres in from touch. It'll be the final play of the game. Final play of the opening round from Pool A. China beating India 36-0. Hong Kong China with an opportunity to take the lead in the pool if they can score again here. But for the first time, we see the Qatari scrum absolutely powering through the Hong Kong China ones. That's the real strength of this Qatar side. It's not such a strength though, is their defence once Hong Kong China's runners start to build up speed. Hong Kong China will end with a final try. It's the full 7, 45 points to 5. That will see them move into the lead of Pool A with a 40 points difference to the positive. It's Olivier Fischer who scored their closing try. Job done for Hong Kong China, 45 points to 5. 2 matches from Men's Pool B coming up next. Chinese Taipei against Japan first, followed by Malaysia against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, we still a bit messy, boys.
Opening match of Pool B in the boys competition. The Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. We have Chinese Taipei against Japan. Japan in the red, Chinese Taipei in the blue. See Rugby Yamane and his teammates. A final word before kick-off in this one. And it's going to be Japan playing right to left, who will put the ball to Chinese Taipei as we get this match underway. Referee just making sure his assistants are happy. Putting that up at contestable distance. Chasing runner, only able to knock it out in the end. No advantage coming from that error. So we will back up the field for the Chinese Taipei scrum. Just a word to the Chinese Taipei prop on the far side. Making sure he gets his bind correctly. Taipei feed it in and it's immediately straight back out. They're not hanging about in their own half here. Japan are not holding anything back with their defence either. Big hit. Taipei back to the 22, but Japan counter-rucking fantastically, winning the penalty, and shifting the ball immediately from that tap all the way to the other side, all the way for the opening score. A wonderfully worked try in this brave Blossoms outfit. Lead to a tough conversion attempt. The important thing is that they have the lead. Version unsuccessful. See this one more time. Distribution out to Kenshin Ikeda, right wing. From that distance, there was no stopping him. Chinese Taipei in the restart and throw the loose ball, which will force them to the kick. However, a good chase coming here. Pressure almost causing the mistake for Nikita. Good switch back inside. And the offload. Not able to be held on to. Taipei. And also following up with a knock-on. So we'll come back for the scrum, but this is the first time that they are going to have possession inside their opponent's half. Yes, Tsun Hidemichi Fukuda. And there's opposite number Chen Han Shang. Head over to the scrum. It's going to be Chang who will feed for Chinese Taipei. Once again we see him pick up that ball no sooner than he's put it in. Already just 5 metres from the line, Chinese Taipei. Good tackle. Not so on that occasion. Opening score for Chinese Taipei. A chance to push themselves into the lead here. Big celebrations from the boys from Chinese Taipei. Oh, that conversion. Absolutely thumped. Ricocheting off the upright. You see the broken tackles on Po Wan Yin that allowed him in under the sticks. We're locked up at 5-5. It's shaping up to be an excellent contest between two of Asia's strongest sides. A little chip kick on the restart. And win it uncontested. Create a gap in the midfield. From coming, there is space on this left wing. And Kanta Izumi needs no extra invitation than that. Good pace from the young man on the flank. Two sides exchanging blows rapidly at the moment. Shin Miyashita, the first conversion of the match for either side. As Japan will now lead 12-0. We see that little goosey just as the covering tackle came in. As every sevens player knows, it's the goose step that makes all the difference. Not just for beating a defender, but for showing off a little bit of flair as well. Japan with a good chase first, and giving up the penalty. Taipei wanted to take it quickly. Having been called back by the referee, they will now go for the kick to touch. Sending this just the other side of halfway. They go long at the line out. Japan sending the jumper up at the front. Not enough to stop ball finding its intended target. Now an offside from Japan. Give Chinese Taipei a second opportunity to get themselves further down the field. Go for another kick to touch. Hohhot sounding out around the ground as the ball was kicked. It will be a line out to Chinese Taipei as it was a penalty kick to touch. A chance for them to level things up at the break. Again, they go long. This time, try the more direct route around the line out. And it doesn't work out for them. Penalty to Japan. A little bit of a conference here as to whether they tap it and put it out, or whether they go for an attack themselves, and that is the decision they prefer in the end. Just a loose pass at the end, trickles over the touchline, and so break will arrive. Chinese Taipei 5, Japan 12, and a real contest between these two East Asian sides. Just a single score separating the two teams. Do not go anywhere. The second half is just a couple of minutes away. Seven points, all that separates these two sides as they head back onto the pitch for the second half of this Pool B contest. Safely into Japanese hands goes that restart. And look to the open side and bring it back to the blind. Miyashita finding himself swamped by blue shirts. Good powerful hit into the line nonetheless, and then a step back inside. It flowed a little bit too wild for Taigo Takanashi to be able to take cleanly, and Taipei looking to counter here. Doing well through Cheng Huan-Chang. Losing the ball just as the attack starts to build into the Japanese 22. But a marker once again of how closely matched these two sides are. Opening minute of the second half. Swinging one way and then the other. Both sides creating promising attacking opportunities. Both defences just managing to shut them down at a critical moment. Kuda feeds his attacking line. Taipei, strong at the breakdown. Go quickly. Even though I don't think the referee fully had sight of that tap. Signals that that ball's gone backwards. Play on for Chinese Taipei. Japanese defence up there. And now it's their turn to win the penalty at the breakdown. And just pushing the ball away as he got up off the ground there to stop the quick tap. And Chinese Taipei lose a player to the bin. Jia Cheng Wu heads to the naughty step. 2 minutes for Chinese Taipei to defend with just 6 against 7. Japan looking to make that advantage tell immediately. They've got a 3-on-2 on this right-hand side. Pass goes awry, but it's backwards. Still Japanese possession. Breaking the tackle and stepping inside the other is Kanta Izumi. We saw what a threat he was in the first half. And now Japan with an opportunity one-on-one on the left-hand side. And they are going to extend their lead. Conversion added as well. So we see Kenshin Ikeda running in Japan's third try, first score of this second half. 19 points to 5 they lead now. All of a sudden, a much more challenging task for Chinese Taipei. And they score behind at the start of the half. Now 2 down and 1 player down, and Japan still attacking, and great offloading and interlinking between Kenshin Ikeda and Aito Yamamoto brings up Japan's 4th try. And just pushing this restart over the far touchline. As we enter the final 2 minutes of this contest. 3.3 try margin now between the 2 sides. Chinese Taipei back up to full strength. Looking to salvage something from this game. Step back inside there. Just trying to see whether they can draw the Japanese defenders into a mistake, but instead it's Japan that pounces. Really physical stuff. Forcing Chinese Taipei back, forcing them into the kick. Found good space there, and the bounce helping them as well. Now Japan will counter. Space down this right-hand touchline, beats the tackle, and just Hidemichi Fukuda will score Japan's latest try. 5 up now for the Brave Blossoms. The left footer Fukuda will attempt to angle in. This version from wide out. It's a little bit too much on the outside of the ball and hooks it. Won't worry him too much. Up on his side. Lead by 26 points. One final opportunity for our side to stamp a statement of intent on these pool stages in the opening round. With Japan's error at the restart. It will be Chinese Taipei with possession as the hooter rings out. Ball just dropping to the ground before it's safely in the hands of Han Chang. Bring an end to this one. Chinese Taipei 5, Japan 31. A match that was so closely contested in the first half. Just a single score between the two sides when they headed to the break. But it was all Japan in the second half, helped of course by the 2 minutes that they spent with a man advantage. As the two teams now line up and bow to each other in a sign of respect and sportsmanship before the handshakes. Chinese Taipei 5, Japan 31. One more game from round 1 of the boys' competition to bring you. Malaysia, Kazakhstan is up next.
不要脱岗，就是在这吃。
Malaysia and Kazakhstan, the final two teams to run out in round one of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Boys 7s 2025. Two teams just getting themselves pumped up, each in their own unique way. Kazakhstan kick this ball down into the Malaysian half. We've of course seen the girls teams from both these nations in action already. Kazakhstan losing 41-0 to home team China. Malaysia losing 15-0 to Uzbekistan. So the boys teams will each want to chalk up their nation's first win in the competition this year. Malaysia losing possession before they were able to get to the halfway line. So scrum for Kazakhstan, centre field. To the left hand side. Ball and knocked forward by Kazakhstan. And the offload. So a Malaysian scrum. Just moments after the Kazakhstanis had one of their own. There's Arena Tuli to feed. Picks and goes to the short side. Tackle not completed, so Malaysia to try and gain a few more metres. They win the penalty, just about clinging on to that tap as it fired off the boot. Kazakhstan committing numbers to the breakdown, told to release the ball on that occasion. Malaysia go back to the blind side. Step back inside will bring them the opening score here. It's going to be under the posts. It's Sunkar and Mikhail. Conversion attempt from right in front from try scorer Shafi Aisal bin Shafi. See one more time, just that carve back inside the first defender, steps the second, and only had a trailing arm to try and stop bin Shafi. Malaysia 7, Kazakhstan 0. Knocked back by Kazakhstan, who weren't able to take the catch cleanly, and it's almost going to sit up perfectly for Malaysia. So close to being in for a second score there. And that would have been a very frustrating one for Kazakhstan to give away. Kazakhstan with the scrum just 5 metres in front of their own posts. Very perilous position to have to start an attack from. Just look to go the distance. Malaysia's defence did exactly what it needed to do. Puts the pressure on immediately, forces the Kazakhstanis out over the touchline. Tuli. It's a throw in, but it's wayward. Not able to be taken cleanly by Kazakhstan off the ground either. But Zamturov, powerful run and an offload, sets Kazakhstan up here for a gallop down the field. Ball goes loose, and it's Malaysia who can come away with it here. 2-on-1, and heading to the corner is Mohammed Akif Daniel bin Anur. Second score up for Malaysia. Bin Anur. Attempt this one from far out. Unable to get a clean strike on that. Malaysia 12, Kazakhstan 0. Watch one more time. Just drawing that final defender in. And then it's a case of Bin Anur heading for the corner. The sweeper comes in, isn't able to do anything to stop the Malaysian attack. And Kazakhstan need to be a little bit more careful here. The balls that they're flicking back towards their teammates. Not for the first time. A wild knockback goes loose. Give Malaysia another line-out opportunity. Last one they had this far down the field, went astray. Safer on this occasion. Just trying to work out what to do in midfield. Allows the Kazakhstani defence to get all the way up to halfway. But that doesn't mean much if you can't then make your tackles. Farouk Ikhwan Shah Shalnizam is over for Malaysia's third try. I'm just giving Bin Anur plenty of time to get over there, to take the kick. Malaysia catching their breath. (19-0) to the good now. Clean pair of heels from Shalnizam once again. This restart will be the final play of the half. Again, Kazakhstan unable to get that ball cleanly. First 7 minutes comes to an end. Malaysia 19, Kazakhstan 0. this weekend's tournament, billed by Asia Rugby as a vital pathway event. The results determining seedings for future international competitions, which does of course include the Youth Olympic Games 2026 that will take place in Dakar. And these teams contesting the tournament this weekend would love to secure themselves a berth representing Asia at that tournament. The first Olympic Games of any kind to take place on the continent of Africa. It's going to be a historic occasion. For any one of the 15 sides competing here this weekend. Kazakhstani knock on in that line out will lead to a Malaysian scrum. Nice position for them to have their first attack of the second half. They do 3 tries up on Kazakhstan. Nice passing play, nice weaving, running lines. None more so than this one from Amar Siamin bin Noor Haman. Bin Noor Haman going over for Malaysia's 4th try, their first of this second half. And this will be a really nice one to watch back on the replay. See a set move straight off the training ground for the Malaysian side. And the Kazakhstanis found themselves chasing shadows where players once had been but were no more. See that cut back inside, running against 2 defenders, Bin Noor Haman. Kazakhstan are able to take this restart in. This occasion, little volleyball tap up into the air first of all. Now they put the ball through the hands, try and create something. Yet to trouble the scorers in this match. They come back to this near side, trying to create the 2-on-1. The offload ends up in Malaysian hands. But a good covering tackle coming in from Tamilan Kurmayev. Forces Malaysia over the touchline. Kazakhstan will have the line out. Not functioning the way Kazakhstan would have wanted, allowing Malaysia to come away with it here, and it's the ever dangerous Bin Noor Haman who cuts back inside and puts in a huge swan dive over the line. Love that, give him some extra points for style. Malaysia finding their groove now, starting to look very, very dangerous. Two more points, 33-0. There's the step. There's the beaten tackle. And there is the dive. Kazakhstan finding few metres off the catch there. Bouncing ball. We'll run it back towards where the ruck took place. Trying to catch the Malaysian defence on the drift. Malaysia do panic slightly, give away the penalty. Santarov, such a powerful runner. Just floating in the air, allowing the Malaysian defence to get up in the faces of the Kazakhstanis. The space on the far side now for Kazakhstan. It's the furthest into Malaysian territory they've been. Knocking on the door of the 22 now. The players looking a little bit tired. We are deep into the game. They have had to do an awful lot of defending. The offload coming in. Once, twice. The broken tackle, and this will be a score for Kazakhstan. Really well worked, and they will be very pleased with that one. Rematuli. The man to cross in the corner for Kazakhstan. Playing near Kabibulin, not quite able to get the conversion. Look at that strength from Rematuli. Covering tackle. Thrown in by Mohammed Noor Hissam, but by that point Rematuli was never going to be stopped. Final play of the game. Malaysia leading 33 points to 5, and they will get to finish the game on a high. Breaking through the line once more. It will be Rifki Iskander bin Zailani who scores their final try. Bin Shafi want to make sure that they hit 40, which they do. 35-point win over the Kazakhstanis here, and that concludes the first round of matches here on day 1 of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Boys and Girls Sevens 2025. So after that first round in Pool C, it's going to be China, leading from Hong Kong, China, who had the bye. We're yet to see them in action. In Pool D, Japan will top the standings ahead of Uzbekistan. Moving over to the boys' competition, Pool A is led by Hong Kong, China, with People's Republic of China in second position at the moment. And that win there for Malaysia will see them top their group, with Japan leading the chasing pack. As we return our attention to the girls' competition, it is China that will have the bye first up. And so we will have a little bit of a break in our broadcast, but don't go too far away. Hong Kong, China and Kazakhstan will pick the action back up in Pool C at 1:20 local time.
个技术老师跟我说了，我过来给您换一个。
啊，这个是自己动。
自己动是吧？
对，这玩意属于。
反正给您换了一个，应该就不是。
个得有是不是得有人给你录像啊？你先拿个球，先拿个球。我喊你放你就放啊，可以吗 ？OK。你也录一个，走吧。等，等会儿姐给你录像啊。好了吗？好，走，慢跑，小跑过去就行，小跑，跑步。对，走，走吧，一直沿着线走。接着走，接着走，接着走，走，好放，对 ，OK，摆摆手，好，回来吧。OK， 5, 4, 3, 1, go。
We are about to get back underway here on day one of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens competition. China have just had a bye in this three-team Pool C. We're about to have our first look at Hong Kong China against Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan looking for their first points of the day in their second match here. They came up short 41 points to 0 against China in their opening match. This Hong Kong China outfit looking to defend the title that they won last year, a 31 points to 5 victory in the final against Thailand. We'll hope to go back to back as they kick this one down towards the Kazakhstani 22. Kazakhstan not able to take it cleanly, so it's going to be a scrum to Hong Kong China. Jenica Narag to feed. Ball quickly out for Hong Kong China. Narag zigzagging, trying to find the gap. Covering tackle comes in. Good strong handoff there. Still the Kazakhstan defence holds firm. And eventually though it is Hong Kong China who are able to work their way around the outside. First points on the board. Decent conversion attempt. Just not quite dissecting the uprights. As we see Hong Kong China score once again. Just scuffing the restart, so Kazakhstan presented with an opportunity here. Tap in centre field. They'll work the ball over to the far side as they attempt to strike back here against their East Asian opponents. Looking comfortable with ball in hand, and some strong runners as well. Slightly slow ball at that rock allows Hong Kong China to get their defence set, allows them to poach. It's Elsie Hulm who'll come away with it, and then she finds Narag in short order, and Narag is going to go the distance to put this one down under the sticks. Doubling Hong Kong China's points tally. And ultimately a simple score for Hong Kong China, just as Kazakhstan look to be finding their flow. See tackle coming in vain on Narag, not able to be shackled. Hong Kong China's second score. This restart just falling short of the required 10-metre distance. And he was on the margin. For the second time, Kazakhstan let off after conceding a try. And this time, it's going to bring them up into the 22, just when they looked like they had unlocked Hong Kong China defence. The offload goes to the floor, and it is turnover possession. Hong Kong China will welcome that penalty. They looked a little bit breathless getting to that ruck. Although they're not hanging about here. They're going to punish Kazakhstan while they have the opportunity. Kazakhstan, Jackler, looking to paint a really clear picture for the referee that she had got herself over the ball legally and was still on her feet. I think she must have knocked the ball forwards in the process. So it's going to be a scrum here to Hong Kong China. Good drive at the scrum there from Kazakhstan, putting pressure on the pass from Hong Kong China. And they're forced into the kick. Finds some space in the Kazakhstani half. And eventually dribble out over the touchline. Kazakhstan line out to come. Fairly naturally here, and then pass going awry. Present Hong Kong China with a really nice opportunity from the line out. 10 metres from Kazakhstan's line. Referee and assistant referee just making sure that the two lines are set where they ought to be. Hong Kong China looking to walk into this line out. Doesn't look straight to me. Doesn't look straight to the referee and the assistant referee either. So Hong Kong China not able to take full advantage of Kazakhstan's mistake. Led to that line out. Now it's the Central Asian nation who will have the opportunity to try and get something going from inside their own 22 here. Creating the gap with the loop play, and now they just need the gas. Now they need the endurance to get to the line, and they are going to. Good score for Kazakhstan on the stroke of half-time is going to get them back into this game. They were staring down the barrel of a 12-point deficit. The break ahead of them. Got that down to 7. Look to get it down to 5 here. Ayalum Bakitpek with the try and with the conversion. Bakitpek will be delighted with that, and a well-deserved water break for her as well, as we see one more time the pace that she showed, looping around her teammate and then skirting past the outside of the Hong Kong China defenders and winning the foot race against Janika Narag, who herself had scored a breakaway try a few minutes before. Great way for Kazakhstan to end a half that otherwise had belonged to Hong Kong China. Just 5 points behind now, 7-12 the scoreline. Can Kazakhstan strike twice either side of half-time to draw this game level? Well, the restart is safely into the hands of Hong Kong China, and they will have the first opportunity in this second half. A couple of handoffs, allowing them to make their way into the Kazakhstani half. Good hands from Hong Kong China, but quicker defence from Kazakhstan. Good run from Narag. Just losing the ball as Hong Kong China get up to the 22 of Kazakhstan. And we look to counter now. Just not quite able to break through that tackle. That could have been it. That would have set them up there. And instead, it is Hong Kong China winning the penalty, taking the tap quickly through Emily Fisher. Good ball presentation allows quick play for Hong Kong China. Kazakhstan is creeping up towards that offside line, just on the right side of it for the time being, but not able to stop The on-rushing attack from Hong Kong China, who scored their third try through LC Hulm. Breathless, battered bodies all around the field. It's been a physical contest, this one. Remember, Hong Kong China's opening game of the day after having a bye in round 1. Some quick hands there from Fisher. Solomon throws herself over the line. Restart challengingly placed for Kazakhstan. Not high enough to get a clean catch, but now it's well dealt with. They need to set a platform here. Back to a 12-point deficit. Going to the short side and a risk of getting isolated with the tackles made here. And ending up in touch. Losing possession. They have at least cleared their own lines. Subs made for Hong Kong. Sarah Harris heads off the field. Alina Azarova heads on. Losing the ball forwards at the line out though, Hong Kong China. So Kazakhstan presented with an additional opportunity. Scrum, 5 metres inside their own half, 5 metres in from the touchline. They're sent reeling backwards. Really good strength from Hong Kong China. Very narrow defensive line, and this will allow Kazakhstan the opportunity down the right flank. Don't quite have the pace to go all the way. Good covering effort in the end from Leah El Asmar of Hong Kong China. A much closer contest that Kazakhstan find themselves in this match than they did in their first against the home favourites China. Minutes to play as Holly Terabrood comes on to chuck the ball into this lineup. Won by Kazakhstan. Immediately coming away with it. Still on her feet. It's Batty Peck. Try scorer in the first half. Kazakhstan shifting the point of attack wide to the left-hand side, and the offload keeps this attack moving on in, and they will have a chance to score in the corner here. Last-ditch tackle made by Hong Kong China, and ends up winning the penalty as well. A supporting player in over the ball. Line holds firm for now. Good chop tackle by Kazakhstan. Much support over for Terabrood on this left-hand side for Hong Kong China, and the ball spurting up the ruck makes it more difficult for them as well. Good long presentation though. Just gives them time to try and set something up here, and a step back inside. And El Asmar is sent chasing after this kick, and she's winning the foot race for the moment. Oh, she's just been able to grab that along the floor herself. And that could have led to a try for Hong Kong China. As it is, she's penalised for the fact that she was tackled and then got back to her feet without releasing the ball. Penalty Kazakhstan. We're calling for the subs here. It was a valiant chase back, valiant defensive effort to stop Hong Kong China from scoring a try that would have iced this game. As it is, there is just enough time for Kazakhstan to score and have a restart as well. But they will need to get that score straight from this scrum. No two ways about it, otherwise they will find themselves heading into the plate. Hong Kong China playing off against China in the final round of pool fixtures to decide who will be the winner of Pool C. And the scrum won against the head by Hong Kong China. Busting through the tackle goes Tara Brood. She picks the ball back up and goes again, and then offloads over to Sahid Martin, who will score in the corner for Hong Kong China. That will be that in this one. There will be enough time for the conversion. Again, then the game will be done. Hong Kong China no more than they needed to in this one. They were in a contest. Looks like a more determined Kazakhstan side than turned up in round one. They were largely blown away by the hosts, unable to cross for a try in that one. They did get a score in this one. Final points added off the upright by Emily Fisher. We'll see Hong Kong China take a 26-7 win here in round 2 of Pool C. The only round 2 game that we'll have, with just 3 teams in this pool, China having had a bye. And it will be China against Hong Kong China at 20:05 local time. Kazakhstan, they are done for the day. They'll have a bye, and we will next see them in the plate semi-finals tomorrow. Make sure you join us for day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. We'll see Kazakhstan play at 10 AM tomorrow, as we see Hong Kong's opening try of the second half once again.
Ni hao.
Next,
Ni hao. Hi, Mom.
India against Uzbekistan. Round 2 continues with the teams from Pool D.
1, go!
Uzbekistan team in their green strip, getting a looping line onto the pitch, to their huddle. India taking a moment to bow on the touchline, touch the grass before they get into theirs. India came up short against Japan in their opening game. 50 points to 7 lost despite scoring the opening try. Uzbekistan, on the other hand, they scored 3 tries and conceded none in their match against Malaysia. They currently occupy second position in Pool D. Second position India would like to find themselves in. They made it to the cup phase of the competition last year. That's where they expect to be again this year. They need to chalk up their first win if they're to do that. Uzbekistan. First use of the ball and the first penalty in the match as well. Indian line up fast, but leaving a gap for Uzbekistan to run through. Good handoff, keeping this attack moving forwards, and the offloading as well. Already up to halfway now, Uzbekistan. There's an overlap if they can get the ball out, but that's great cover defence from India to prevent the ball going when it needed to. Allows them to stay in this phase of play. Ball spilt there, but it's gone backwards. Big hit coming in. Defence working really hard here. Uzbekistan just trying to stretch them over to the right hand side, having worked away on the left. So physical, these Indian tackles. Very nearly another one there, but just a loss of footing, and Uzbekistan make it back up towards halfway. The pick and go from the ruck doesn't work for Uzbekistan, and in fact it's going to give away the penalty. Handling the ball on the floor, and RT Kumari will have the opportunity now to set up an Indian attack with the tap just short of halfway. Look left through Mamali Singh. And then give up the penalty. Counter-ruck from India gets the turnover, although that's not clean service. And Muskan Piploda just trying to roll the ball along the ground. India relieved to get the penalty. And hope to hold on to the ball for a little longer than they did after their last tap and go. They managed less time on the ball on this occasion, losing it forward. And also by Uzbekistan, so it will be an Indian scrum. Rusmatova will look to put Mamali Singh under some pressure here. She feeds the scrum. In fact, it's the Uzbek forwards who apply the pressure, absolutely driving their way through the Indian scrum. Penalty to Uzbekistan. Rusmatova takes the tap, feeds the ball in field. Again, India just getting there to cover. The offload for Uzbekistan gets them up over halfway. Slow at the breakdown. So Uzbekistan do win the penalty. still they come. This offload game working really well for them, keeping the momentum building, keeping them moving forwards. Again, they try and run around the outside. That offload a bit looser, but it has gone backwards at least. Show and go, and this is going to lead to a try for Uzbekistan, and it's going to be by the post as well. So almost certainly the maximum score for the Uzbeks. And really well worked in the end from inside their own half, winning a couple of penalties for both scrum time and ruck time. It is of course Rusmatova, who's been a part of everything good as far as Uzbekistan have been concerned so far in this game. And they have tempted fate with her conversion attempt though. And we see the offload, the fake pump, and Rusmatova clear to the line. Shouts coming onto the field from the Indian coach. They need to keep hold of the ball. They have not managed enough time in possession when they have got the ball to build the kind of momentum that we saw Uzbekistan have in the lead up to their try. Very nearly losing it again there, India. Penalty is one. Singh finding space in front of it. Since in the offload game that's worked so well for Uzbekistan, it doesn't help India quite as much. Ratoure's done really well there though to gain ground along that right wing. It looked Uzbekistan finding the upper hand defensively. Murmu now with the offload. She finds Piploda, and Piploda will go under the posts. 2 scores in this game, 1 for either side, both of them coming under the posts. And India with the opportunity to take the lead now through the boot of Saloni Kumari. Which they duly do. Time for another play in this second half as we see again the offload from Murmu to Piploda. A simple looking try for India. A lot of work done in the build up to create that opportunity. This Uzbekistani defence, a tough one to break down. India did really well, and a good chase on that restart as well. There was just an Indian hand in there in the tackle, lost forwards by them, which will bring the half to an end. The Uzbeks scored first, the Indians struck back just before half time, and their converted try is the difference at the moment, 7 points to 5 at the break. Uzbekistan 2 points behind. Open this second half, kicking the ball down towards the Indians. It is India who have the first penalty of the second half, not rolling away Uzbekistan. Just ducking under the tackle there, and offload might not have found its intended recipient. It is at least still in Indian hands. That ball not for a moment there, and it allows the Uzbekistani defence to come up and put in a big hit. Clinging on there to a 2-point margin as India nearly broke through in the middle. There is an overlap here. Indians not quite able to fix their defender. They have to work it back to the left-hand side. Knock on. We'll see Uzbekistan, who started the brighter in the first half, have their first opportunity to run with ball in hand in this second. Uzbekistan was strong at scrum time in the first half. They're solid in this second half and actually winning the penalty as well. Good step back inside. Once again the offload. So strong in this area, the Uzbeks. Just trying to avoid crossing there. And in the end they'll get the penalty for the high tackle. Anita Murnu penalised on that occasion. That makes up for it immediately. Jackling that ball, getting a turnover for her team. Just aren't quite able to get away on the left-hand side and not able to cling on to the ball either. Uzbekistan with the chance to counter-attack. India scramble defensively. It's going to be a scrum to Uzbekistan on the 22. And they will have options on both sides. Well, disappointing that for Uzbekistan. Really good field position, really good opportunity to get back into the lead. So the link up between two players coming to nothing. Ball spilt. India off the hook, and with a scrum to try and create something from deep inside their own half. And they win the free kick at the scrum as well. So error compounded by Uzbekistan. That's a good offload from India. Not such a good run after it though. Straight over the touchline. Uzbekistan will be happy with that defensive shift. They still find themselves in the Indian half with the line out to come. 2 minutes left in this match, which is anyone's game. It's the closest we've had of the day so far in the girls' competition. Again, just as Uzbekistan getting themselves into a promising position to give up possession. Arguably that's starting to become the story for both sides. Their inability to maintain possession when they do get it. India just extending their latest period on the ball, however, with the penalty. Up to halfway now. Uzbekistan nearly off their feet at the ruck, but just staying the right side of the line. India with lots of space to run into on this left-hand side. Instead, they look for contact on the right, trying to avoid getting isolated. The numbers are stacked on that short side, and the switch is going to work perfectly here. And it will be a second try for India inside the final minute. And Uzbekistan, they shouldn't be hanging about here waiting for the restart. They need to be pressuring Rature to put this ball down. Eventually in comes Feruza Yangiboeva, but too much time really has been allowed to expire there. And anyway, if this conversion is successful, it will move India more than a converted try ahead, regardless of how much time is left on the clock after the kick. There will be a restart. Referee with slightly more time on his watch as we see Rature sprinting through the Uzbek half again. Really good game awareness, presence of mind, just to hold the ball up a little bit before she actually confirmed the try. A low kick proves a challenge for the Uzbeks to deal with. To scamper back into their 22 to collect that bouncing ball. Pick and go from the ruck. Time is up in this one. India, having lost their opening game, will win this match. At the moment they're forcing Uzbekistan closer and closer to their try line. And in the end, feeling forced to kick the ball away. Referee calling play back. Leave for an Uzbek penalty. No, it's going to be an Indian one. So. Here's an Indian penalty, and they've opted for the scrum. Kumari to feed, and India enjoying the opportunity to attack inside the Uzbek 22, knowing the game is already won. Uzbek scrum, such a difficult opponent for the Indians in this match. Again, it wins Uzbekistan a penalty. They're not giving up. They're going to have one final throw of the dice, almost breaking through the defence inside their own 22 there. Good pick up on the bouncing ball. Indian defence just creeping up offside on this occasion. And the decision made to kick the ball over the top, and it's going to be a foot race to get to this one. India holding the advantage but unable to take the ball cleanly. And that, in the referee's opinion, is because their captain Anshu Kumari was pushed just as she was getting there. She hadn't touched the ball yet, so contact could not be made with her. She wins the penalty, and India still wanting this game to continue in the end. Vijay Sri Rature, who has done a good amount of running in this match, says, you know what, the game's won. We've got another match later on today. Let's put this one out, take the win. and collect ourselves ahead of what will be a match to decide whether or not India can make it into the cup competition. As I said at the start of this one, they lost their opening game to Japan. But they take the win here against Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan still holding the advantage as far as points difference go. They enjoyed a bigger win in their opening game. And of course, it was a heavy deficit that India found themselves on the wrong end of against Japan. Of course, Uzbekistan still have to play Japan, who currently lead this pool. That'll be their final game of the day. The match will come to you at 5:05. Up next, Malaysia against Japan. Just a few minutes' time as the game extended a fair bit past the final hooter. Japan 50 points to 7 winners in their opening game, facing Malaysia, who lost 15-0 to Uzbekistan. Japan kicking off towards that left-hand side and not able to be taken cleanly by Malaysia. Japan will have the advantage for the knock-on, and they're going to take it immediately. Picking the ball up from the ruck, shaping to pass, and then realising that she'd created a gap in the defence. Sprinting through. Just as in their opening game, Japan not hanging about from the get-go. We'll see one more time. It's just that lateral step. Malaysia drawn into thinking the ball was going out. Not able to stop Yui Harada from going over under the sticks. They need to be alive to this as well, to Malaysia. That ball just allowed to bounce too long. Japan, once again, are going to come up with it and very nearly over the line. Brilliant last-ditch tackle. It's not going to hold out for too much longer as the Malaysian defence. Another try for Japan. Already 2 tries to the good. Just a minute and a half into the match. See, just finding the gap between the 2 defenders. It is Momoka Minamihara on this occasion. Goes over for the Japanese. Malaysia doing better on this restart. Japanese defence is just up so quickly. Malaysia find themselves losing ground or coughing up possession. Every time they try and move the ball away from the ruck. Japan were not involved in the competition last year. They are wasting absolutely no time, showing the rugby pedigree we've come to expect from the women and men of the land of the rising sun. Malaysia let off due to the Japanese error. Gillian Muna Anak Kunting just gets that ball away before she's tackled. Malaysia ball straight through the hands before any ground has really gained forwards, but their winger does very well to get a bit of go forward in there for them and to get the offload. It's not going to last long for Malaysia though. Japan already getting the turnover and already over the line for their 3rd try. Nami Asari, the latest to add her name to the score sheet for Japan. No extras added on this occasion, but already a 17-point lead. Pretty imposing for the Malaysians to have to try and mount a comeback against. For the time being, just getting out of their own half would be a success. Japan playing that restart to perfection, not only in the catch, but then the offload and the run down the far touch line for their 4th try. Just the one conversion from 4 so far, which could prove to be more of an issue. Japan face sterner tests on day 2. It's not going to affect their progress in this match so far. Again, they go to that far side on the restart, seeing if they can work the same magic as they did last time. Not quite identical, but the result in the end is still the same. It's in Japanese hands, and it's going to be a Japanese try. This time through Yui Harada. Worryingly one-way traffic as far as the Malaysians are concerned. They lost their opening game. They're already staring down a bigger deficit in this second match than they did at the end of the first, and it's not even half time. Simple as you like, this one. It's actually Minamihara. Apologies, he scored that one. Well, a first notable error from Japan will give Malaysia the opportunity to cross the halfway line for the first time. Although only if they actually run the ball forward. What they've done there is move it laterally. It's only in the tackle they actually get into Japanese territory. And immediately are forced back out of it. This Japanese defence so fast off the line. They hit so powerful, stealing the ball. And this is starting to become a procession for the Brave Blossoms. Latest score moving them past 30 points. It's Chihiro Ito. That's her name to the list of try scorers. The hooter went as that one was scored. So the conversion will bring an end to the half. Malaysia 0, Japan 36. A respectable scoreline for Japan had they played all 14 minutes of the match. They've got a second half to keep on building. Well, not the start Malaysia would have been looking for. An opportunity to try and set the tone for this second 7 minutes. And in the end, what they've done is give Japan a tap on halfway, which Japan have then turned into a simple try for Yuna Hosokawa. 1 tap, 2 passes, and 1 half field run over the line, and it'll be Hosokawa to knock over the extras as well. See her once again hitting the jets, going around the outside of Zulfikar. Japan putting on an absolute clinic here for Malaysia. Just hope now, with that restart going out on the full, not having gone the required 10 either, they can string together a few phases of possession here and find themselves moving forward. That's the challenge they've had so far, is that the Japanese defence has been so good. Once again, we see Malaysia losing metres from where they started the possession. And if it wasn't for the quick thinking of Matt Louis there, they would have lost possession as well. Now running backwards is Badrul Hisham. That's better. Well, it was until the knock on. And Japan with broken field play here. Always going to be dangerous. Already bearing down on a 22. Numbers on this right hand side. And it will be simply put through the hands for their latest score. Well, they brought up 50 in their first match. This try from Ako Nakano give them the opportunity to do it with 4.5 minutes still to play in this one. There it is. So we see the try one more time. The hard work had already been done in winning the turnover and drawing in the Malaysian defenders so that there was all that space on the far side from where the Japanese were never going to be stopped. A good deep restart as well. That's not what Malaysia want. Far too much put on that pass. It's not able to be caught. And now they find themselves 5 out from their own line. Not releasing the ball in the tackle as well. So penalty Japan, who will cross immediately. The try from Momoka Minamihara one more time. Again, the work that set it up was all done in the defence from Japan, which has just been a cut above anything else we've really seen in the competition so far. Malaysia managing to sneak ahead a little bit there. Gap left around the ruck by the Japanese guards. Malaysian advantage does not last long, and just to compound things, they're also going to lose a player to the bin. Really unlucky, and knocking the ball forward there. You could argue that it was in the process of making the tackle, and in fact that is what the Malaysian player is trying to explain to the referee, but the decision already made. She's sent to the bin. And with 2 minutes to play in this one, Malaysia will have to go the rest of the match player down. When you're already 57 points to 0 down on the scoreboard, that's the last thing you want. We're always going to have the overlap on this left hand side. In the end, it all comes down to pace and You either had a not quite having enough to get away from the last Malaysian defender, and Malaysia are going to find themselves potentially 2 players down here as well. Referee just checking with her assistant as to whether she feels the hand in there that knocked that ball forwards was part of the tackle or whether it was deliberate. In the end, the decision they reach collaboratively is that it was part of the tackle. So Malaysia will keep 6 players on the park. It will be a Japanese scrum. Sato to feed. And if it wasn't for the knock on there, it would have been a very simple try for Japan. Malaysia will be relieved. They've got 30 seconds to try and come up with something at the scrum here that they can take away from the game, holding their heads high. One more game to come for them today against India at 5:30. It's not going to get much easier because India will be desperate to win that one to secure their place in the cup phase of the competition. This ball kicked away early by Malaysia, who had really absolutely no options offensively, and it's picked up easily by Japan and run straight back towards the line. The referee just deciding whether to award this. I think the player released the ball when she was tackled there, so that's why the referee's called a halt to the game, and she's going to have a check with her assistant referee on the other side on this occasion as to whether or not that is a try for Japan or a penalty for Malaysia. In the end, the decision is that the ball was not released. It is a scrum for Japan. And because that scrum was awarded on the full-time hooter, that does allow Malaysia to bring themselves back up to the full complement of 7 players. And actually, they've done remarkably well in the sin bin period. And as soon as they're back up to 7, that's when Japan strike again. So their final try will come through Chihiro Ito. They rack up the biggest points tally of the day so far. The biggest win of the day, 64 points to 0. And they confirm themselves as Pool D winners. We will see them one more time today at 5:05, playing Uzbekistan. But as pool winners, they know that they will head straight into the Cup semi-finals tomorrow. First in Pool D means they will be playing at 10 to 11 local time on Sunday morning. So Brave Blossoms on the other side of the draw to China and Hong Kong China. Those 3 teams look to be 3 strongest in the girls' competition at this point in time. And in just a few minutes, our focus will return to the boys' competition. Starting off with India against Qatar. Qatar playing their first game of this tournament earlier on in the day, coming up short 45-5 to Hong Kong China. Look to go better against India, who also lost their opening game 36-0 to China. We'll then see what's likely to be the pool decider between Hong Kong China and China at 3 o'clock, followed by Chinese Taipei against Kazakhstan, and then Malaysia against Japan from Pool B. India against Qatar. So I mentioned both teams losing their opening match of the tournament. So eager to put their names in the win column for the first time. Harry O'Donnell August to get us underway. This restart not able to be taken cleanly by India. Error then added to with the fact that the knock on into a player in front, so it's an offside penalty. Qatar looking to take full advantage early in this Pool A clash. There was the hint of an overlap on the right hand side. The pass didn't come from Shamal Samidon, and in the end India winning a penalty, winning a turnover. Charan Hembran coming away with it with immense speed, and even more than shown by captain Vidya Marji. And he will get India's score here. Brilliant counter-attacking play from India. Look to be under real threat from the Qataris in that opening minute, deep in their own 22. And all it took was one turnover, one penalty, and a couple of brilliant runs from Hembram and then by Marji. Captain leading from the front for India. This kick goes high and then just bounces over the 10-metre line. India looking to rip the ball away through Ajit Nag. He lies for it, and Qatar not able to take that one quickly. Big hit coming in from India, but still Qatar moving this one forwards. Another big hit. Again, it's the captain Marji. This time on Reece September. Not up and under. Not taken cleanly by anyone. And not taken cleanly on the second or third attempt by India either. Eventually makes its way over the far touchline. And have a Qatari line out. Karan, who rose highest. Take that for Qatar. Grab a kick, snuck in inside the 22 now. A big wind up on the pass. Finds Hassan Ali. And the play breaks down on that left wing. Nag, just checking where his team want this ball to go. Plans will change as India win the penalty. Scrum not set properly by Qatar. And they scramble to defend, but they're not going to be able to form any kind of opposition to this Indian attack. And it is Ajit Nag who will be the man to go over. Perfect example there from India of how dangerous it can be to take a tap penalty quickly. No single Qatari able to get themselves set in the line. And Nag in the end running over almost unopposed. Multiple Qatari defenders diving in his wake. And India double their lead. And make an early change as well. Priyanshu Kumar onto the pitch. His first act though, not the one he would have wanted. Restart short of the 10. And just gets the attack underway, and first tackle's broken for Qatar. Made really good progress here. Johannes Oberholzer powering through. It's not going to be space for Donald August to go down that right-hand side, and that is a really unfortunate mistake for him to have made there, putting a foot in touch. Maybe he could claim he couldn't quite see the line with the shadow that's starting to appear on this near touchline. That won't be a good enough excuse as far as his teammates are concerned. The most promising opportunity Qatar have had since the opening kickoff. But they do win this line out on the Indian throw. And a high tackle on O'Donnell August. We'll give them another opportunity here. It's again fast Indian defence, but it creates a hole. Qatar still powering on through it. There has to be numbers to the left-hand side. Absolutely blitzing up on the outside was the Indian defence. There was panic in the passing from Qatar, and they end up losing ground. They need to stay calm here. They've got themselves in a good position. It's essential that they score next if they're to stay in this game. Well, that's how you do it. In the end, just running a fairly straight line at the gap, shrugging off the tackle, and getting the score. It is Odran Kirani who strikes back for Qatar. If he can knock over this conversion, he would have taken Qatar within a single score of India at the half-time break. As it is, Qatar have struck most recently, but it is India who still hold the upper hand, 14 points to 5. As the teams head over to their coaches for some words of advice and a bit of hydration. Well, if you're just joining us, we are halfway through enjoying a wonderful day of under-18 sevens rugby here from Hohhot in Inner Mongolia in the north of China. It's been great conditions for it, and teams coming from all across Asia to challenge for the title of Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Champions 2025. And also for the opportunity to gain all-important seedings that could see them stake their claim as an Asian qualifier for the Youth Olympic Games taking place in Dakar next year. Qatar, scoring on the stroke of half-time, have the opportunity here to get themselves back into a game that looked to be escaping them. They need to take better care of the ball than that. Just about holding on to it, still trying to favour the offload game, and that's a really good kick off the outside of the boot, almost Gaelic football-esque that. However, the chaser was offside, so Qatar They'll have to go back to their own try line. And India with the opportunity to stretch their lead beyond the 9 points that it currently stands at. They're going to draw the forwards in the scrum here. And look to unleash the pace of their backs. Send one over to the blind side. So just 2 attackers and 2 defenders. About 55 metres of space to the left of the scrum. Free kick, taken quickly by Pranav Vilas-Gavit. So the referee brings them back, and it's Prakash, the vice-captain. He offloads, keeping this attack moving forwards. Kisan, and over to the far side, and it will be a 3rd try for India. First of this second half. They do stretch their lead. Priyanshu Kumar. It's in a fairly decent looking conversion attempt, but just slides wide. India 19, Qatar 5. Kumar, India's 3rd try scorer in this one as they make a change. Shivam brought on. Qatar have to score next. Otherwise it looks like they would be consigned to 4th place in their pool. First appearance at this level. O'Donnell August just keeping his hands away as the ball fell to the ground there. So play continues with Qatar in possession. A high tackle there. And in fact, the referee is going to go to his pocket and send Atma Murmu to the bin. Qatar taking this one quickly. You can't do that when a yellow card has been shown. So O'Donnell August to come back to the mark. 2 of the 3.5 minutes that remain will see Qatar with a man advantage. What can they do with it? Margin of 14 points is certainly one with the time remaining and a man advantage that could be overcome, but not when you drop the ball like that. And not when your first reaction is to put your hands on your head instead of killing the ball. That could have led to a try for India. And they're lucky for Qatar. It was only a failure to pick the ball up quickly on India's part that prevented a 4th score. India understandably not rushing to take this scrum. They want to take as much time off the sin bin period as possible. Really strong scrum from the Qataris. They actually give away the penalty, and so India will score on this near side, even with a player in the bin. Starting to show the margin between them and the Qataris. Pranav Vilas-Gavit running over unopposed. And you have to say, icing this game now, even with an extra player on the pitch. And expect Qatar to be able to come back. The time that remains. Draw and give. The recipe that created that try. It is, of course, that bit easier to do when you've got 7 players running against 6. But you can only beat the people on the pitch in front of you. That's what India are doing successfully here. To give themselves a chance in the final game of the day to sneak into the cup competition tomorrow. Kumar defending really well and using the touchline as a teammate. Throws the Qatari attacker out. Secures the line out throw for the Indians. Rajapat throwing in long for India. Qatar challenging at the front. Nice weaving run from Prakash. It's been a real attacking threat throughout. He does lose the ball in contact. So as time ticks down, Qatar will have one last spell in possession. That bright moment that they ended the first half with has been disappointingly absent for them in the second half. They are back up to the full complement. This will be the final play of the game. Donald August feeding the scrum that was held firm by Qatar, and then Ajit Nag coming in too quickly there. Just trying to make the tackle on Donald August. You can't do that these days. So penalty Qatar. One final throw of the dice. Up to the 22 already. India trying to get in for the counter ruck, but the ball spurts out. Reece September just trying to step through the defence. He's lost it forward, and that will be that. India 24, Qatar 5. That's how this one will finish. India in action again. Their third and final game of the day against Hong Kong, China at 6:20 this evening. Qatar, they will play China, the home favourites, at 17:55. Qatar will be heading to the plate competition tomorrow. India with a chance to go for the cup. Currently, the two teams in first and second position and heading to the cup at this point in time. Hong Kong, China and China, the two teams that will take the field next from Pool A.
जब पूरा पैक बॉल पकड़ लेता तब तुझे सुनाई देना बंद हो जाता है शायद। और इनका रूल बहन तो पता नहीं कैसा 2 मिनट हो गए।
Same thing, straight to the middle. Long ball.
Fucking go, boys. Boys, fucking show up today. Beat him at home, yeah? Do the ball, northwards. Quick breeze, northwards. Boys, they don't want to defend. They don't want to defend. Miller. Inside, man. Okay, 5, 4, let's go!
Arguably the biggest clash of the day in the boys' competition. The hosts China against last year's runners-up Hong Kong China. A local derby. It's going to get the crowd massively energised. The first of two derbies between China and Hong Kong China that we've got coming for you today. We will see the two nations face off against each other at 4:40 in the girls' competition as well. It's the boys who have their first run out. It's East Asian contest. Matthew McQuay of Hong Kong China is the man who will get us underway. Kicking left to right. It's China that goes launching high into the afternoon sky to try and pluck that ball out the air, but it ends up in Hong Kong China hands. That pass going loose. The offload does not, however, and sets up a wonderful opportunity for Thomas Hand to sprint down the right wing into the shadows starting to appear on the pitch. Now it's Hugh Hand in centre field, trying to bust through a tackle. The Chinese defence holds firm. A little slip and scrum half at the base of the ruck, but somehow the kick is able to be got away by Matthew McQuay, and this is going to be the first score of the game. And it's a really well taken one by Hong Kong China. The power running of Oliver Fisher. So he picked up the bouncing ball on the left wing, turned and got himself closer to the posts to try and make the conversion easier for McQuay. Conversion scored, so the maximum 7 to open their account in this one, Hong Kong China. How McQuay got that kick away under so much pressure, completely off balance, and put it perfectly on a plate for Fisher to run onto and score that try. That is something that will give everyone involved with Hong Kong China rugby plenty of excitement about the years to come. So many future talents on show this weekend. You can say that you saw them here first The Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. China finding themselves going backwards at the moment, trying to turn and bust the hole through the line. It's Cheng Lin Han. Just as they look to have found themselves heading in the right direction. Lost forwards at the ruck by Xu Hangmi. So Hong Kong, China have a scrum. Space on either side of it to try and extend their lead. It's China who look to have the easier round 3 up against the still winless Qatar, while Hong Kong, China will face the resurgent India. First round, both had impressive wins. China winning 36-0 over India, Hong Kong, China 45-5 over Qatar, so they lead the group on points difference at this stage. You'd expect the contest between these two sides to be incredibly close. Tap from Ryan Schroeder sends it on to Thomas Hand. Not quite a big run, quite as big a run down the left as he was able to put in down the right in the opening minutes of this match. Oliver Fisher, he's determined not to be stopped by anyone. Perhaps a little too determined and finding himself the wrong side of the referee's rulebook. Penalty to the People's Republic of China. And Xiao Bin Yu kick this one clear. Hope to find touch. It does. Almost midway between the Chinese 10-metre line and the halfway. Tries to steal an extra foot there. The assistant referee brings him back. Both lines quite shallow. And it's overthrown and into the hands of Fisher. Real danger man as far as the Chinese defence is concerned at the moment. Need to avoid situations where he's going to end up with the ball. So even if he doesn't bust through the tackle, he is going to hurt the defence every time he runs into them. This occasion, Hong Kong, China coughing up the ball, just letting their opponents off. Looks to be Quay heading over to the sideline there in a little bit of discomfort. That will be cause for concern for Hong Kong, China. Such a creative player for them. Obviously instrumental in setting up that first try. There to extend their advantage, they're going to have to do it the hard way without him on the pitch now. Trying to reverse in the direction of play. A good initial run. Able to be held on to. Both teams batting their opponents off here. Ball remaining. They're in the neutral zone around the middle of the pitch. Schroeder unleashes his backs. And this is a good bust by Floris Kenez. It's a really well-timed pass from Oliver Phillips. It's an even better line from Kenez that gets Hong Kong China's second try. And if the distribution of Phillips is what Hong Kong China are relying on, with McQuay off the pitch, well, they're not in too much bother. Lovely linking up from those two players. It's See Xu Mi putting in the chase the whole way, forcing Kenneth further and further over to that far side. Just about managing to claim the ball off the restart there after the bounce. See Xu managing to bust through the tackle. Now the kick coming in from China. It's a good chase back from Hong Kong China, and in the end the right decision not to try and get up and run against them, but there's so many Chinese defenders there, they were always going to win the penalty. Important for them to now string together a period of possession in the territory as well. Hohhot goes to signal final play in this first half. Xiaobin Yu to feed the scrum for China. First opportunity in Hong Kong China territory. Xu Mi can't get past Cavana. Don't argue, thrown in there. I was just about to say this is building nicely for China when they decide to go for the kick early on. I think a little bit more patience there could have seen them a little bit more creative. And Hong Kong China think that that's job done and they're able to head to the break. As it is, the referee is signalling that it's going to be a penalty to China. Perhaps that's why Xiaobin Yu went for the kick. Must have heard the call of advantage. So knew it was a free play for his side. And in fact, the referee having a conversation with Kenneth here, and he's sending him to the bin. So, Hong Kong China will end the first half and start the second. A player down. So non-negotiable now for China. They have to come away with points from this. Second opportunity to score at the end of the first half, and Xiaobin Yu very nearly goes over and does the whole thing himself. In the end, he does need a little support from his friends. It comes in a timely fashion. They get themselves back into this game, do the People's Republic of China. Really important conversion. Bring them within a single score. They get it through Xiaobin Yu. As the teams head to the shade for half-time, it is Hong Kong China 14, People's Republic of China 7. Anyone's game in the second half, and remember, Hong Kong China will start that second 7 minutes with just 6 players on the park. Determined end to the huddle there for the People's Republic of China. Return to the pitch for this second half. Seven points down, but one player up on the pitch. Important restart here for them to get under a challenge. It's just a little bit too long, so they will have to be content with making a tackle, though they do one better than that and force the turnover. And the breakdown. Xiaobin tries to stand up as opposite man, throws that one just a little bit behind Teng Fei Shi, who can't take it cleanly, and China find themselves going backwards here. Eventually something goes forwards, but it is the ball, not the Chinese players, and so it'll be a scrum to Hong Kong China. Schroeder feeds. Ball out so quickly, which is something we've seen from Hong Kong China through the day. Really working well to get all the forwards tied up in one place and then the ball distributed out to the backs quickly. It's going to be a penalty here for Hong Kong China. Teng Fei Shi going off his feet at the ruck. Hong Kong China opting for the scrum once again. Out of the set play quickly. Thomas Hand sent charging into the defensive line. Good counter-rucking by the People's Republic of China. They turn this one over. Now trying to come away with it through Fei Shan. Still he goes. Eventually hauled down by Flores Kennis, who's back on the field. Defensive line up quickly there for Hong Kong China. Trying to hold the ball carrier up. Tackle was completed, so they had to release in the end. Bing Dong. Drops that back in field on the switch line. That's Fei Shan. Got this move going in the first place. The pick and go from Teng Fei Shi. Penalty for China. Hong Kong China. Wrap offside. And the People's Republic call for a scrum. Subs being made for Hong Kong China. On comes Seb Atkins and Luca Cavana. Critical moments in this match. Hong Kong China with a 7-point lead. The People's Republic of China just a half tackle away from scoring, and they do in the end over in that far corner. It's Jin Bao Gao who goes over. 2 points behind now, People's Republic of China. Tough kick coming for Fei Shan. A chance for him to tie things up. Just over 2 minutes to play. We said this was going to be a big clash between these two East Asian rivals. And it has proved to be exactly that, and what a kick from Shan. Just floating its way perfectly over the crossbar. As we see, try once again, Xiao Bingyu creating enough uncertainty that two of the Hong Kong China defenders converged in on him, leaving a space on the wing for Jin Bao Gao to go over. Hong Kong China though breaking down this right wing, and the offload from Phillips to Grislane, and Grislane will go a distance here. No sooner than do the People's Republic of China level the match up, Hong Kong China edge their nose in front once again. Grislane will take all the time that is afforded him on his conversion. In fact, he's been given the hurry up by the referee. Gets the two. Ensuring that People's Republic of China require the maximum to tie the game up again with time expiring. A long flat kick. This is actually going to work against Hong Kong China. In the end, too much on it, not near enough to the touchline. People's Republic of China will be able to take this ball all the way back up to halfway. We'll make one final change of the People's Republic of China. Ball now in the hands of Xu Hangmi at halfway. Can the People's Republic of China come back to steal a draw at the death? Well, that ball has gone backwards. I thought there possibly was a claim for a tackle off the ball as far as the People's Republic of China were concerned. But the referee has let it go, and Hong Kong China could be about to seal the game here. They do through the hands of Hugh Hand. And a massive win in this match for Hong Kong China, not just in terms of the pool standings, in terms of bragging rights. It will give Hong Kong China immense confidence going into day two. Another match left today against India at 6:20. This win here all but confirms them as pool winners. Wouldn't expect India to do the upset against them later. Hong Kong China running out winners here. If you enjoyed that derby, make sure you are here for the girls one as well at 4:40. See if Hong Kong China can do the double in the boys and the girls, or whether the People's Republic of China can level the series 1-1. Now we'll have two Pool B clashes coming our way in the boys' competition. Chinese Taipei against Kazakhstan first, followed by Malaysia against Japan. Pool B saw wins for Japan and Malaysia this morning. So we have the two teams yet to notch up any points in the win column, facing off against each other now, Chinese Taipei and Kazakhstan. It's going to be Jia Chengguo for Chinese Taipei. It's in the opening restart. Sultan Santarov, who's a real physical presence in Kazakhstan's opening game, leaps high to claim it and offloads it with one hand. Kazakhstan immediately now shipping it all the way to the other side of the pitch they started on, breaking through an attempted tackle, and with a good chance of going the distance here is Temirlan Kurmayev. Kazakhstan, the first to score in round 2 of the Pool B matches. A wonderful effort that from Kurmayev. Chinese Taipei will feel they'd barely got themselves on the pitch. Sunkar Yeludbayev digs out his sand wedge to try and chip that one over. Unable to do so. Kazakhstan 5, Chinese Taipei 0. So we watch the pace once again of Kurmayev sprinting down that left wing. Kazakhstan taking the restart quickly and claiming it, and throwing the ball forwards there and into the hands of Chinese Taipei. The referee brings Taipei back off their feet at the ruck. Penalty to Kazakhstan. Vinogradov. Long looping pass to the left. Rinatuli decides there's nothing on that side. Big contact there. Nikita Britikov shoving his would-be tackler back towards the Chinese Taipei try line. Talking back towards the try line, these Kazakhstani passes going a lot further back than they would want, especially when they are then going to hold on to the ball at the breakdown and give away the penalty to Chinese Taipei. So having not really seen any of the ball so far, Cheng Huanchang is now going to give Chinese Taipei a line out right on the Kazakhstan 22-meter line. An opportunity for them to get themselves on the board here. 3 minutes played. It's been all Kazakhstan so far. Goes Chen Han Chang. But his teammates coming up to the line out too quickly. Penalty given away. Kazakhstan won't have to spend too long in defence. Quick line speed from Chinese Taipei sends Rinatuli running back towards his own line. But then he finds Britikov. Britikov is not going to be held around. Loose ball there from Kazakhstan. It's gone backwards. An even looser ball. It's followed up. And that one goes over the touchline. It's a hand in from Chinese Taipei. First time the ball was lost, so it will be a Kazakhstan scrum just outside their 22. Chinese Taipei just making sure that the referee has seen. Got to play it down at the moment. So play being held. Onto the pitch comes Hao Yang Wu for Chinese Taipei. Back up to the full 7. Sunka Yelenbayev will feed this scrum. Flicks the ball back out into the sunshine. A nice floated pass over to the right wing. Twists and turns to try and gain an extra few feet in the tackle. It's Chinese Taipei who are winning the physical contest there and winning the penalty as well. Now they need to hold on to the ball for longer than they were able to the last time they found themselves this far up the pitch with ball in hand. Chen Han Chang once again on the ball. And just not able to link up properly with the supporting runner. Looking for the switch, but it's not the line that was run. Chinese Taipei now finding themselves 12 metres back inside their own territory, but Po Wen Yin, it's a good run from him. And the kick ahead as well after the initial tackle, and this is going to sit up really nicely, and it is going to be a try for Chen Han Chang and Chinese Taipei. Just behind the post as well. Means they can expect to go into the lead here through the boot of Hao Yang Wu. An attacking play that looked like it had turned into an absolute disaster for Chinese Taipei. Ends up a lovely score. Piece of brilliance from Po Wen Yin, putting the kick ahead in. Good chase from Chen Han Chang. Try scored. Restart goes high in the air and is slapped back with 2 hands by Kazakhstani player. Passes them very long and loose. Allows Chinese Taipei to get their defence right up in the faces of Kazakhstan. They're forced to kick this ball from deep. It's going to bounce in field, just the Chinese Taipei side of halfway. They will run it back at Kazakhstan through Chen Huan Chang. He's up over halfway now. The hooter has gone. Chinese Taipei sense that this broken field play is going to lead to a score for them, and it will through Po Wen Yin. Kazakhstan need to put in a big chase off their own kick. Just were never able to get a defensive line set on the counter from Chinese Taipei. A real opportunist score will see them head into the break more than a score ahead. Chinese Taipei 14, Kazakhstan, who scored first in this one, 5.
出声音，开球的谁要接出声。
So Kazakhstan with something of a comeback to mount. They've started strongly and struggled to live up to the attacking threats of Chinese Taipei in the latter stages of the first half. Look like they may be starting the second as they left off the first. Chinese Taipei breaking downfield and kicking forwards. It ends with a Kazakhstani knock-on that will give Chinese Taipei a scrum right in front of the posts. An opportunity to score their third try. Which they duly will do from the base of the scrum through Chen Han Chang, his second of the match. He saw the gap on that blind side. He knew the defender was going to have to stay wide to counter the threat of the winger. Sai through the gap in front of him. Conversion missed. Still, Chinese Taipei have started their half just as they would have wanted to, extending their advantage over their Central Asian opponents. Penalty for Chinese Taipei off the restart. Needs to be taken from the mark. Kazakhstan centre player into that ruck from the side. So Chen Huan Chang. Try and boot this down into Kazakhstan 22. And just went a little bit safe on it. It's only just inside. Solid white line. Marks Kazakhstan's red zone. Line out goes long from Chinese Taipei, but a hand in there from attempted turnover catch of the Kazakhstani player means, despite that loose ball and the opportunity appearing to present itself for Kazakhstan, players will have to come all the way back for a scrum, for which Chinese Taipei will have the feed through Chen Han Chang, and who's on a hat-trick. Gap closes in front of Chen Han Chang, and that means it opens in front of Su Han Kao. He will go round on the right hand side to get the try. He's not happy about the contact as he grounded the ball there. The referee not too concerned by it. An apology does come in the end from the Kazakhstani player, which Su Han Kao accepts. Extras added by Shang'an Wu. So once again, sparing tackle. As Kao runs round in the flank. 26-5 now for Chinese Taipei, and that is a really nice kick. And it been in open play. Been a momentum swinger for Chinese Taipei, finding themselves going from their own half into the Kazakhstani one. As it is, it's a textbook restart, especially when it comes to game management and clock management. Chinese Taipei have done enough in this game to take the honours. They want to make sure that they are fresh going into their third and final game of the day. To mount an attempt getting themselves into the cup on day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates U18 Sevens 2025. Kazakhstan just breaking through some tackles there, needing to get this ball out the ruck, which they do eventually, and forced into the kick through Yedin Bayev and sends Chen Han Chang scampering back. Offside is the call against Kazakhstan there, and Chang taking this penalty quickly to bring up his hat-trick. Eventually dots the ball down. The right hand corner. Catches his breath and knows it's job well done as far as he's concerned and as far as his team is concerned in this one. A match that Kazakhstan would have fancied themselves being closer in, especially with the way they started the game. Has ended up being a one-sided contest the longer it's gone on. And we see Chang just strolling unopposed to the line, really. Hooter goes. Dump tackle comes in from Chinese Taipei, and a little bit of frustration on this near side from the Kazakhstani players. The assistant referee had to step in to calm things down, and all the while the ball was being knocked further and further back towards the Kazakhstani line, and then knocked forwards 4 times according to the referee's signal to bring an end to this one. Chinese Taipei, the winners in their second clash of the day. They will return to the pitch in the final match of day 1, 7:10 local time, to play Malaysia, who we will see up next against group leaders Japan. 31-5, the final score. Chinese Taipei taking the honours against Kazakhstan. one more match left in round 2 of the boys competition here, the Asia Rugby Emirates under 18 Sevens 2025. It is Malaysia against Japan. Malaysia winning 40 points to 5 over Kazakhstan in their opening game. Japan 31 points to 5 over Chinese Taipei. We've seen in the previous game that Chinese Taipei were the tougher of those two oppositions. But it is Malaysia who hold the superior points difference coming into this one. Great display of sportsmanship there from Shun Miyashita of Japan, shaking the hand of the referee before we get underway in this one. That ball just bouncing forward off Malaysian hands into Japanese hands, and weave their way to the right here, trying to break into Malaysian 22. Ultimately, they're going to cough up the penalty and allow Arik Anaki bin Anur the opportunity to take a quick tap, and gaining good ground off it straight away. But now Japan countering defensively. It's really good quick blitz defence from Miyashita and Azuma. Malaysia kicking the ball forwards and knocking it forwards as well on the chase. So Japanese scrum just inside their own half. Referee wants this one to be taken again. Thought the ball came straight back out the same side of the tunnel that it went in. Soon Hirimichi Fukuda. Viewed this again for Japan. This time it's spurted out the back. As the hooker flicks it with his boot, and this is a break for Japan. A really good run that's still going from Yamamoto all the way now into the Malaysian 22. As Fukuda dances around in front of the defence, trying to open up a little gap. Now they spread it wide at Japan, and there's going to be an overlap on that left-hand side, but they just can't hold on to the ball. And that ultimately is the only thing that separates Malaysia from conceding a try, and where they currently stand, which is just facing a Japanese penalty. So Japan bring it back to the near side. This time they do find the gap, but the offload goes into Malaysian hands. Another stab ahead from Malaysia this time. Will beat everyone to the touchline. Japan, I think, fairly content to let that ball go out, but then they take it quickly through Miyashita. A lovely step from Fukuda. And he has got Miyashita in a supporting line. Is outside, and that will be a try there for Shun Miyashita. Japan opening their account to work for it a little bit harder than it looked like they might have done a couple of minutes ago, when they ought to have exploited the 2-on-1 on the far side. Ultimately, the same result does come about just a few minutes later, and then Miyashita hammers that one low and hard, just over the bar, to take Japan to 7 points. Malaysia claiming the restart safely. Driven back in the tackle, however, and needing to work quickly to avoid the turnover. In the end, they win the penalty. Big hit from Japan. not releasing once tackled means that it is going to be a penalty for the Brave Blossoms. Great cut back inside from Yamamoto. And their support. And in the end, it'll be Fukuda, the second man to cross the line for Japan in this one. Nice to see Yamamoto over there to celebrate with him, having set the whole thing up. Zuma, the man with the final offload to Fukuda. Time off here for a Malaysian substitution. So Mohamed Akif Daniel bin Anur, who has to head to the sidelines. Restart, resulting in an error from Japan. So Malaysia will have their first chance to play the ball into Japanese territory. Good blitz defence on the outside from Miyashita, who's having an excellent match here. Prevented the pass going all the way over to Bin Nur Herman on the left wing for Malaysia. Now to clear up the bouncing ball is Smod Rizal, but he's done really well to find his winger. And then himself loses possession, and Japan playing a couple of 1-2s on that left-hand touchline to keep this ball alive and keep moving forwards. And they're already in the Malaysian 22, and they've got an overlap on the near side, and they can't help but score through Kenshin Ikeda. That's the thing about sevens on the counter. If you can keep that ball alive, if you can avoid your opposition setting an offside line at the ruck, then it's so hard to defend against, because everyone on the fly is having to work out who it is that they're meant to be marking, who it is that they are responsible for bringing to the ground. And in the end, Malaysia weren't able to adjust quickly enough, and that is where Japan exploited the overlap and were able to go and get the try. Their third of this first half. We'll have a chance to add one more to that as the hooter sounds out. Malaysia again kicking, and this one perhaps the most promising of it. If this stays in field, this will surely be a try for Malaysia. It is going to be Amar Siamin bin Nur Herman. We saw him score a couple in the opening match for Malaysia. He's going to get another one here, and fair play to Malaysia, trying on multiple occasions that kick forward, and eventually it does work out for them as Arik Anaki bin Anur adds the extras. So in the end, it's a relatively respectable half-time score from Malaysia's point of view, 21-7 to Japan. It doesn't really tell the story of the match, which has been domination by the Brave Blossoms to this point. And so they will certainly be the happier heading into the half-time huddle. Some light at the end of the first half for Malaysia, getting themselves on the score sheet with a really nice kick pass try. So, Ismail tries to get Malaysia back underway, but ending up finding the touchline instead. And so Japan with the tap on halfway will look to return things to business as usual as far as they're concerned. 3 classy tries in the opening 7 minutes. Expect to score as many as that in the second half here, although loose passes like that are not going to help them. And Malaysia finding a little gap here through Bin Anur. Good counter ruck from Japan. It's going to give them the 2-on-1 on this left hand side. The step back inside from Miyashita, and the supporting line from Fukuda. Referee not awarding the try on first glance. He's going to go over and have a word with his assistant. No try is the decision. Lost forwards in the tackle. So frustration for Fukuda. He'd done the hard work in the supporting line on Miyashita. It's good scramble defence from Bin Anur and Noazmi to get back there. Here's Noazmi. Well, actually, I think on the replay there, it looks like Noazmi's knocked it forwards and immediately appeals that the ball has been dropped. I think it may have been his hand that did it. Still, by hook or by crook, Malaysia need to find a way back into this match. And that defence and this run here from Bin Nur Herman, who scored at the end of the first half, could have been the recipe for it. As it was, the tackle was fantastic by Japan, and they're going to create their own scoring opportunity from it. The Malaysian defence just getting back. Looked for a moment like they had done the job. End-to-end stuff very nearly. Certainly Malaysian try line to halfway stuff from the Japanese. Yoshita, the opportunity to extend their lead even further. Step, absolutely wonderful stuff. And Fukuda, who was denied just moments before in the last ditch tackle from Noazmi. He wasn't going to be denied on that occasion. Malaysia 7, Japan 28. A quarter of the match still remaining here. For the first time, Japan sending this restart over the sidelines. It's a bit of a scuff, really. That's it against them. Noazmi. Take this one up to halfway and see what he and his teammates can create here. A dart to the right hand side. If it weren't for the loss forward, that would have started off a nice move for Malaysia, but as it is, Japan will counter, and they will carve, and they will swerve, and they will go all the way to the line through superstar Shun Miyashita. There is almost no stopping this young man. Future star of the Japanese game, no doubt. He's enjoying himself out there today in Hohhot. And he even adds the extras as well. Near to the touchline. The old in out. Just sends the defender off balance. And from there, no one was going to catch him. Again, Japan targeting this near touchline on the restart. That one at least stays in field, but wasn't able to be taken cleanly by Riku Yamani. So it's going to be a Malaysian scrum. Loose ball here from Malaysia. Work for the tap tackle. So nailed on Japanese score. Still the Brave Blossoms will come there. Just 5 metres out from the Malaysian line now, and the chinking run from Keitaro Koiki. Throw this one into the sun. Onwards they rampage towards the line. Selfless play from Fukuda. Sending that one over to Yamamoto. Another try added to the tally for Japan. Another conversion added to the scoreline as well. Imposing 35-point lead now. Ball lost forwards by Bin Zalani, and Japan will go over for another. Taigo Takanashi round to pounce on the loose ball. Fukuda, who's taken over kicking duties, with Miyashita's job done in this one. Quite able to add the extras on a tough final conversion there. But this Pool B clash ends Malaysia 7, Japan 47. So Japan 2 wins from 2 games will confirm themselves most likely as pool winners. They still have a match to come against Kazakhstan at 6:45 this evening. But they will be very confident going into that one, given the performances in their opening 2 games of the weekend. And they will certainly be heading towards the Cup competition. Cup semi-finals in the boys' half of the weekend, taking place at 12:05 and 12:30. tomorrow. Japan looking strong in both the boys and girls competition so far this weekend. And we will take a short break now, with our attention turning back to the girls' half of the competition. The first match on the bill in round 3 there is Kazakhstan's bye. So we will be back with you at 4:40 local time for Hong Kong China against China. Seeing whether Hong Kong China can do the double in both the boys and the girls in that local derby, or whether China can level things up. Do join us at 4:40 for Hong Kong China against People's Republic of China.
Hello.
Welcome back to the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025 and round 3 of the pool phase coming at you over the next 3 hours to conclude day 1 of this wonderful tournament taking place in Hohhot in Mongolia in northern China. It's been a wonderful day for tag rugby and a wonderful day of sevens rugby on the pitch as well. Some fantastic performances from the next generation of talent across the Asian continent, and perhaps none more so than from these two nations taking the field right now, Hong Kong, China and the People's Republic of China. We saw a clash between the two of them in the boys competition earlier on. Now it is the girls' opportunity to play out this classic rivalry on pitch in front of their fans. And we saw from the pictures and the sounds coming through shortly before the teams entered the pitch that the girls from Hong Kong, China especially, were really enjoying the atmosphere pitch side, dancing and singing along to the music on the stadium PA system. We'll see whether that enthusiasm spurs them on in the opening moments of this encounter. They win that scrum there, and Jenica Narag had to work hard to get it up off the ground and over to her players, and it's ended up with the People's Republic of China seizing the opportunity, being able to come away with it here as they play to that far side of the pitch into one of the remaining bars of sunlight left on this field. But it will be the People's Republic of China who get the first score of this East Asian clash, racing down that right flank. Touch the ball down over the line through Zihan Liu. She will look to convert her own try as well. Remember, the teams in this Pool C of the girls' competition are in a 3-team pool. So China, we've not seen them since the opening game of the day. We watch the pace of Zihan Liu once again. Hong Kong, China, we didn't see them in the opening round, but we saw each of them when they did take the field get comfortable wins over Kazakhstan. China by 41 points to 0 and Hong Kong, China by 26 points to 7. It's the People's Republic of China that have taken the early advantage in this one. The first score, and now really aggressive defence, forcing Hong Kong, China right back onto their own try line. Crucial moments here for the team from the Special Administrative Region of China, trying desperately to clear their own lines. And they've actually carried that ball back over their own dead ball line there in the attempt to kick it clear. So it is going to be a scrum to the People's Republic of China on the 5-metre line, right in front of the posts, and an excellent opportunity here for them to go 2 tries to the good against their closest rivals. Yu Dong Chen will feed. She's just going to wait for that scrum to be steady first. The ref's going to ask for them to reset it. It's quite a volatile thing as a 7 scrum. Only 3 players on either side. And then Hong Kong, China concede the free kick, and they concede the second try as well. And it is Yu Dong Chen who It's waiting all that time to feed the ball into the scrum. It takes the tap and forces her way through an impossibly small gap and over the line. Zihan Liu attempts the points afterwards. Great power from short range, that from Chen. So no conversions added yet from the People's Republic of China, but a healthy 10-point margin. And once again, forcing Hong Kong China back without even having the ball. Time without the ball lasts a very short period indeed, and so does the time from one try to the next. Over for their third try, just 4.5 minutes into the game. It is once again Zihan Liu. 2 of the 3 tries that the People's Republic of China have scored have come through her. And on this occasion she is able to knock over the conversion as well. Hong Kong China in danger here of being on the wrong side of a bit of a drubbing unless they can arrest the progress of the People's Republic of China pretty swiftly. That's better. They managed to take that restart safely and take the ball to ground, because it's these moments where they get caught upright and driven back fiercely that the problems start to emerge and they don't have a way of dealing with it. Forced into an early kick, it has at least got down into territory of the People's Republic of China, who then win a penalty of Hong Kong not rolling away at the tackle. So, People's Republic of China going for the scrum and then having to pick the ball up off the ground, but Zihan Liu, such a calm and assured player, she has no bother doing that, and China end up with the penalty as well. And they come away with it quickly. Down this near touchline, pace shown from Xu Lianbai, and then she distributes the ball infield to Jing Liu. Try number 4 for the People's Republic of China as time expires in this first half. The hoot hasn't gone quite yet, so I think there could be chance for another play after this conversion. Just got a little bit too underneath that, did Zihan Liu. So that'll bring the half to an end. Hong Kong China 0, People's Republic of China 22. And well, China will be very pleased with their performance so far, quite obviously. One thing that they may be bearing in mind is in a closer match than this, points from the boot will be crucial, and 6 of them have gone awry for them so far. Hong Kong China, well, plenty for them to discuss. They need to go back to the drawing board, really, as far as this match is concerned, to work out a way to mount a comeback in the second half. People's Republic of China, kicking this one down towards Hong Kong, and again managing to get the drive in following the tackle and poaching the ball straight away, starting exactly as they left off from the first half. Quick distribution into the hands of Shi Xuanjiang. Already they found themselves in Hong Kong's red zone. Switch play, just read comfortably enough by Hong Kong there to keep the onrushing Chinese attack at bay, but Zhongqiu Ji now driving towards 5 meters off the line. Jikui Miao having to go to work to dig that ball out. Penalty to the People's Republic of China. Jikui Miao taps, puts in the miss pass, misses its intended target as well though. And Zihan Liu has to show some composure on the ball to find some space to find Shi Xuanjiang, who finds the try line and adds to China's scoreline. Zihan Liu. Again, not quite able to add the extras. The determined run from Zhang to get over in the corner. Just when it looked like Hong Kong China might have caught that cleanly enough to not be driven back, Alina Nazarova unfortunately knocks it forwards, and to compound the error, Hong Kong China give away the penalty for offside. The result is the same really though, as if it just been a knock on, as China opt to take the scrum. Changes being made by both sides. Katie Hulbert and Holly Terrebrud coming on for Hong Kong China. Fresh legs certainly needed for them. China, well, they're just comfortably going to work at the moment. The scary thing for the teams in the other pool is that tomorrow the People's Republic of China will have played one game fewer than anyone they come up against. That is going to mean they have fresher legs and can keep on running just as hard and just as athletically as they are doing in this match here. Good long pass there. That one a bit more of a bullet, but well taken in the end by Xu Yashan, and well distributed as well to find Liu. He's having an excellent game. More used to bossing the show in the playmaker role, but on that occasion she was the happy beneficiary of the ball to head over the try line and continue notching up the score for the People's Republic of China. 32-0 now. Fair to Liu, she still had some work to do. She needed to make sure that the last Hong Kong China defender felt that the winger was a threat, didn't cut back inside to make the tackle on her. She did do that. Wow, that one almost inadvertently is a better receipt of the restart by Hong Kong China. And backwards through the hands of Azarov into the arms of Saive Martin. And Hong Kong China winning a penalty for offside here. Fisher takes the tap. Puts in the grabber kick forwards. How will this one bounce? It's a good chase from Jenica Narag, but there were two players from China back there. Those numbers were always going to give them the advantage. However, they are caught infringing at the ruck, and so Hong Kong China now with their first proper opportunity inside Chinese territory, and no sooner do they gain that opportunity than it goes missing as they lose the ball forward. Bit of a loose attempt at the tackle on Ryu-Han Sun. Means that China can start to move away from their own try line here. Up over the 22, and it's going to be a breakaway try here surely for Yu Tong Chen. Nobody in front of her. It's just a case of having the gas and the endurance to keep ahead of Scythe Martin at this point in the game. Hong Kong China realising unless they headed towards Yu Tong Chen, she wasn't going to put the ball down there. Content as China are now to let time tick away and not overdo anything going into day 2 on home territory. Not sure Yu Tong Chen particularly wanted to take that conversion attempt there. A bit more of a basketball bounce than a drop kick one. Unfortunately, it goes past the left upright. It's always tough to convert your own try when you've run the length of the field in a game of sevens. People's Republic of China trying there to put in the restart right on the 10-metre line, make it really contestable for them. They know that they've got Hong Kong China's number when it comes to putting in the long restarts and chasing them up and making the tackles, so trying something a bit different. Didn't quite pay off, and we'll give Hong Kong China another opportunity at the end of this game to try and get some points on the board and salvage some pride going into day 2. It's the final round of games on day 1, and now the final play of this match. Emily Fisher steps back inside and manages to find Sarah Harris. Ball lost forwards and picked up immediately by the People's Republic of China and Ryu-Han Sun, and they will have a 3-on-2 here if they can execute. It's down to a 2-on-1, and it's all about pace now. Good covering attempt at the tackle from Holly Terrabridge. She wasn't able to execute it herself, but she slowed the runner down enough for Elizabeth Stanton to get there. Still trying to come forwards though, up to halfway now. This game was won long ago. The Hohhot went a fair while ago as well, but People's Republic of China, well, they are content to play on and notch up another score, and they will do exactly that through Ryu-Han Sun. And exhaustion shown from players on both sides there at the conclusion of this game. Final lung-busting effort to end the match. Kieran Tong will knock over the final points to secure a 44-0 win for the People's Republic of China over Hong Kong China here in the final match from Pool C in the girls' competition at the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens. Both these teams will, however, progress into the Cup tomorrow. They finish first and second in their group with only 3 teams in it. But it's China that will have the kind of draw going into the semi-finals. They'll play the runners-up of Group D. We're going to find out who that will be in our next 2 matches. Japan against Uzbekistan is first up. Japan almost certain to be the pool winners. And then Malaysia against India will be the final girls' match of the day. And at that point, we will know who else is going to join China and Hong Kong China in the Cup competition tomorrow. Japan v Uzbekistan. Japan having picked up 2 wins to this point in the day, 50 points to 7 over India and 47 points to 7 over Malaysia. Uzbekistan, well, they won their opening clash 15-0 over Malaysia before coming up short 14 points to 5 against India. So each of Malaysia, India and Uzbekistan, 1 win to this point. And an opportunity to make it into the cup. Japan managing to win their own kickoff. And just cutting through the defence there and heading all the way to the line. The opening score. Diminutive figure of Yui Hirata showing a real turn of pace there, throwing herself over the line. Japan just coming up short there in their attempt to regain their own restart on the 10-metre line. So tap to Uzbekistan on halfway and they go for the early kick here. Japan sent scampering after it and dealt with safely, throwing themselves to the ground, covering that one off from any continued Uzbek advances towards the ball. Great interlinking play here, and down the wing goes Yuna Ikenaga. Japan's second try, second minute of play. Undefeated so far in the competition. They will want to end the day 3 from 3. Present themselves as the most serious challengers to China in day 2. Neither Japan or China participated in the tournament last year, which was won as a result by Hong Kong. Allow 2 of the teams in this group to contest the 3rd place playoff, Malaysia winning that one 12-0 over India. Looks like it's going to be a tough ask for those teams to repeat that tomorrow. Certainly only one of them can go through into the cup competition now, and if Uzbekistan has anything to say about it, it'll be neither. It'll be them that go through. Scrum here to Uzbekistan, fed by Gano Zakan Zakir Janova. Pass just behind and fly half has to rush back and pick it up, and this Japanese defence really driving the Uzbeks back towards their own line, forcing more loose passes, and this pressure is going to tell in the end. The referee feeling there that actually there was a push on a player off the ball, and so penalty saves Uzbekistan on this occasion. No sooner than they tap the ball do Japan rush up defensively, but a little too eagerly offside. Apparently the referee's whistle doing as much defending of the Uzbek line as 7 players on the pitch in green. Japan do eventually win the turnover on a loose pass. They've got the width. If they can fix the defenders, which they do. It goes through, and it will be a third try. 2.5 minutes to play in this opening half. Conversion on this occasion, Japan 17, Uzbekistan 0. So this one again just ghosted through. Nice try there from Yuna Hosokawa. This time Japan are able to win their own restart and almost unopposed again head towards the Uzbek line and notch up a fourth try. See again, just leaping off the ground, having watched that ball perfectly into her arms. Big hit, forces the ball loose. Uzbekistan just able to hold on to it for the time being. Now that's a risky pass, very nearly an interception. In the end, not forwards in the tackle. And if Japan hadn't then lost control of the ball, they would have been in for a fifth. As it is, we'll come back for the scrum, following the original knock-on, which was Uzbekistani. So Japan will pack down in front of the posts, and we'll have one final chance to add to their score in this first half. Pick and go from the scrum, and simple as you like, over goes Chihiro Ito. At the break, it is Japan 29, Uzbekistan 0. Stands Japan comfortably heading through to the cup as group winners. Uzbekistan know that their opportunity to make the cup will depend on the result of the following game. They will need Malaysia to win that and points difference to end up going their way. So their destiny out of their own hands for the time being, unless they can pull off something spectacular in the next 7 minutes. Referee just calling Uzbekistan back to retake. Let's restart to get the second half underway. Here we do go. So Uzbekistan need to be careful with their chaser on this near side. She was certainly up in front of the kicker, spotted by the assistant referee, and so Uzbekistan called back. Tap for Japan on halfway, and they're just going to put this one through the hands over to the right wing, where they will run around the outside and continue in the second half as they left off in the first with another try. Doing really well to win the restart. A lovely line and a superb drop-off pass. It's going to send them under the posts once again. Simple as you like. Get the feeling, just like the People's Republic of China, they haven't really been tested today. A bit of a class above the rest of the field. So we look forward to a clash between Japan and China tomorrow in the cup competition. Uzbekistan desperate to get hands on the ball. Let it go loose. In the end, diving on it. It's the best they can do. Does mean you start off with a bit of possession here. They're trapped on the wrong side of the ruck, not able to get the ball back without holding on. Penalty to Japan. Kweisui over the latest Uzbekistani to be penalised as Sol Inoyi stands over the ball here. Bit of discussion with their teammates as to what play they're going to go with, and in the end they decide to kick for the corner. Opportunity to practice a set play. Tei Sato will throw into the line here and immediately loop round to receive the ball off the top. Numbers of the distribution can come. Just wasn't the ball not able to be taken cleanly in the midfield. Just took that fraction of a second too long. But that's not going to worry Japan too much. They'll score on the very next phase. Classy stuff from the Brave Blossoms. Here we see once again there's Momoka Minamihara wraps around behind the posts. Japan's half-century brought up. The second time that they have achieved that today. In fact, they are on a total of 147 points and counting from their 3 pool matches today. Rivals from the other pool, China, averaging a similar points tally per game, 41-0 in game 1, 44-0 in game 2. Loose ball. No tackle completed. And Japan will go over once again. Highest score we've seen today was from these girls in their previous match where they won 62-0 over Malaysia. Apologies, I was actually looking at the score from the men's competition when I said that they'd won 47-7 over Malaysia. Actually won 62-0 over Malaysia. This one has gone out on the full from the restart. So a rare error from Japan in this absolute clinic of a match. Still has a minute left to play, and it's such is the speed with which Japan have scored and then have taken their conversion attempts. Uzbekistan deciding to kick the ball early rather than try and build a sustained spell of possession, which is a shame not to get to see them a little bit with ball in hand. Maybe we will here. They've got a line out inside the Japanese half and a chance for them to try and play from here a little bit. Travelling support and their fans and their family watching on from back home in Uzbekistan will be keen to see a little bit of play coming from them as Tai Sato takes her leave from the pitch. She's had a really strong game as the young Japanese woman. Hulka Olomburganova makes way for Lelo Kudoiberganova. The underarm line out throw is won by Japan, and Uzbekistan, who were not prepared to defend, are always going to struggle to shut down that counter from Japan. And real excitement about that try. Great run, 65 metres to the line. Still has energy to burn at the end. As Hinata Kawabe lines up the conversion attempt. 62-0 on the board. Waits for the hooter to go to make this the final act of the game. And she knocks it over to make it Japan's biggest win of the day as well. 64 points to 0, beating their 62 points to 0 win over Malaysia in round 2. High fives all around and well deserved for the Japanese side. And we'll then head into the handshakes with Uzbekistan, who unfortunately just were not able to find an answer to the skill, the athleticism and the determination of the Japanese side. Job done for Japan as far as day one goes. They will be in the cup tomorrow. Uzbekistan know that with that scoreline it is highly unlikely that they will be able to go through into the cup, barring a minor miracle. They'll need Malaysia to pile a whole heap of points onto India here if they're to have any chance, given the way India started to find their groove against Uzbekistan earlier on this afternoon. It feels like it might be a little bit unlikely. India-Malaysia up next.
girl. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi.
Say hi.
你好吗？
Say hi. Say hi. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, say hi. Say hi.
Lots of excitement, lots of energy as Malaysia and India run out for our final girls match of day one of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens 2025. It's India who claim the ball for their pre-match huddle. And they're the ones in pole position in terms of securing their passage through to the cup competition. They lost their opening game 50 points to 7 against Japan. That's the closest that anyone's got to Japan today. They then beat Uzbekistan 14 points to 5. Malaysia, however, have lost twice, 15-0 to Uzbekistan and then 62-0 to Japan. As Malaysia kick down, oh sorry, Malaysia received the kick, I should say, and nearly on a breakaway to end up running out of space and over the touchline. So India will have the throw in at the line out. It'll be Alpana Kumari to send the ball in field. Malaysia it was who took the honours in the bronze medal game a year ago. India, the ones who are going to score first here. Oh, if they were just able to hold on to the ball, they would have done. Torres' pass just dropped and Malaysia escape. They will have the scrum inside their own 22. Scrum firm on both sides, no movement. Ball quickly away from where the forwards are gathered. And the kick from Malaysia just stays in field and allows Rature to pick it up, and such agility from her to wheel back round in such a small area. Get India right on the attack again. Good step back inside from Alpana Kumari. Keeps this attack moving forward for India. That pass just finding the ground first, which takes the impetus out for a moment. Malaysia slowing the play down in the tackle and in fact not releasing. So they are penalised, and a good step from Kumari. Brilliant footwork. She's inside the 22 now. And India, well, they're creating the overlaps, but then they're just running a little bit too diagonally to actually execute them, and allowing the defenders a much easier job. And than they ought to have. Malaysia will now come away with it here with the penalty. And Uzbekistan's only hope of making it to the cup is if Malaysia get a big enough win over India that India's points difference ends up worse than Uzbekistan's, but without Malaysia's points difference becoming decent enough that they overhaul Uzbekistan. So the Central Asian countries window very narrow. India just need to not lose heavily, essentially. Good run from Aliyah Kweisui Mohammed Salfi. We'll come back for the penalty for Malaysia. Malaysia opting for the scrum. Call that comes from Kristalina Anak Henry. Anak Kunting will feed. Again, scrum holding firm. Now it's Malaysia's turn to run a little too diagonal and can make the job fairly easy for the defenders, but a loop here by Matt Louis, which is up over the 10-metre line. There's a knock-on from India as well in defence. I'm sure you can hear absolutely enthusiastic support from the Malaysian coach on the sideline. Very pleased to see the Malaysian team making good ground. A couple of changes being made here. Still looking for the first score in this one. Yeah, lowest scoring game of the day so far did involve Malaysia. It was their opening match. They lost 15-0 to Uzbekistan. Even in that one we had tries in the first half. We've got a minute and a half here to find the first score. This one, and we'll head into the break scoreless. Kumari put the ball into this latest scrum. On this occasion it's an Indian one. They have come the closest to scoring so far. It's just been a case of the final pass not quite being timed right. And the first time we see the scrum under pressure, India came away with it and then lost it immediately. Malaysia pouring players into the ruck. Very narrow on that left hand side, so the defensive job made fairly easy for India. No advantage gained from the Indian knock-on, so we'll come back for another scrum. Switch play. There was a gap there, but the offside Indian defender preventing the Malaysian runner from getting to it. So penalty in Malaysia, and it's Badul Hisham who sets off with it. And another penalty, this time off the feet at the tackle for India. They need to be careful. That's two in quick succession. Another could see them lose a player to the bin. Combining defensively there. That is a third penalty in a row. Moving away. Referee doesn't go to a pocket just yet. There is the hooter. Time is up in this first half, but we are not going to end it scoreless. It may have taken the full 7 minutes, but Vijay Sri Ratore as she has done in the previous matches, suddenly finds a gap, sprints through it, and absolutely no one was catching her, even from that range. The opening score for India. After 7 minutes, breaks the deadlock. And Anita Murmu, who's just had to run a fair distance herself. So I believe that was Anushka. Was over the top of her number. Just takes her time to compose herself before the conversion attempt. And so it will be India who go into the break with the lead. It looked like it might be the other way around when India conceded 3 penalties in quick succession. But as it is, they hold a 7-0 margin as they head for drinks. So the second half gets underway. Malaysia know that they are within a chance here of taking their first win of the day. They won't want to get to the conclusion of day one with 3 stats knocked up in the loss column. This knock on from India could give them the opportunity to tie things up. It will do indeed, launching themselves over the line. Wait 7 minutes for a try, and then 2 come along either side of half time. Helen Hafizan movement across for Malaysia. Can't quite level things with the conversion attempt. So it's a narrow margin, but India preserve their lead by. Good deep kick from Malaysia that stops just short of the try line. It's under a huge amount of work to do, but with gas around the outside, Vijay Sri Rature, the woman who broke the deadlock at the end of the first half, is going to extend India's lead back up to 7 here. And you've got to say, the only way Malaysia have a chance of being confident of winning this game is if they can shut down Rature. She is such a threat for India. If she has anything to do with it, they will be playing in the cup tomorrow. Extras added. A 9-point lead now for India. Could come down to kicking success between these two teams. in such a close match so far. Always felt it was going to be decided by fine margins. So often in sevens, those fine margins come down to the team that were able to score their tries closest to the posts and have an easier conversion attempt, such as the value of those breakaway tries. Malaysia with the early kick and chase. They're winning the foot race to it at this point. They win the pick-up as well. Good cover tackle from India. Shuts down the scoring opportunity for now. Great counter defence there. Malaysia back inside their own half. The Indians looking for an interception. Ball goes to ground. No knock on seen by the referee from either side. Play continues. Good step and acceleration off the mark. Tackle complete. India must release. Malaysia have a player down. She's struggling to get back to her feet after the last bit of contact. They will win the penalty though. And they choose to take it quickly. The referee, though, with a duty of care to the players on her pitch, calls a halt to proceedings. Far more important that the injured player receives treatment.
I don't think it's a concussion, but it's the second time that she's died.
And it's a good opportunity for Malaysia to plot their way back into this match. They do need 2 scores. One will simply not be sufficient after their missed conversion. Whatever they do with ball in hand, they must then be alive to the threat that Rature will obviously pose, running back at them the very next time India have possession. India make a sub with Murmu heading to the sideline. They are back underway. Good pop pass back inside for Malaysia to gain a few more metres inside the Indian half. They get a penalty as well. Momentum certainly with them at the moment. The Indians need to cling on with the tackles that they're making here. Do just about. There are numbers to this right-hand side for Malaysia. A gap opening up towards the 22 now. Loose ball, but still Malaysia come forwards. Another penalty. Not for the first time we're seeing a run of them called against India, who do need to be really careful with their discipline. They don't want to be painting too clear a picture to the referee that they are the side conceding all the penalties, trying to slow the game down, trying to infringe to protect their own try line. Loose passes and it goes forward off the hands of the Malaysians, and India will look to counter-attack here. They've got a 2-on-1 and they are going to run through with both players in this instance. Saloni Kumari will be the woman who in all likelihood scores the try to ice this game. He was scripting it. It would have gone to Rature on the outside to get a hat-trick to seal the deal for India. Kumari was able to sell the fullback, the dummy, and then had the legs to make it all the way to the line. Mohammed Nabil Ranjit from Malaysia, always a tough challenge there as to whether to make the hit on Kumari. Well, to go with the pass. In the end, caught in 2 minds. That's where the score came from. Toure takes her leave. India no. Job is done now. They will join pool winners Japan, as well as Hong Kong, China, runners up in Pool C, the People's Republic of China, the Pool C winners in the cup competition tomorrow, and it is the People's Republic of China that they will face in the cup semi-final. Japan will play Hong Kong, China. Malaysia, well, with no wins, they will be 4th in Pool D. So they will play Kazakhstan in their plate semi-final, while Uzbekistan will get a bye through to the plate final. Final throws of this match here. Final game in Pool D. Final game, in fact, of the girls' competition on day 1. The 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates U18 sevens. Mali Singh puts the ball in. Forwards driven back a little bit. Malaysia have had the upper hand in the scrum, but India have been able to get the ball out quickly enough for it not to have caused too many issues for them. And they know they've got this game. We'll see whether they can squeeze another try out of it. Shushila trying to weave her way around everyone, finding Anushka. And Shushila then picks up again. But she only finds Hafizan of Malaysia. And there is another Malaysian player down. I feel at this point so few players involved. It might be safe for kicking it out, but Anak Kenry back to her feet. Just as that happens, India win the penalty and have a huge overlap here, which they cannot fail to score. Julie do under the sticks. Conversion missed, but India won't be too worried about that. 24 points to 5 winners in the end. Runners up in Pool D. They will play in the cup competition tomorrow. An opportunity to go one better than they did last year, where they finished 4th. They will have to face what look to be unstoppable force of China in that semi-final tomorrow. Those cup semi-finals coming to you at 10:25 and 10:50 tomorrow morning. The plate semi-final at 10 AM. That brings the girls' competition pool play to an end today here. And so, for one final time on day 1, we will shift our attention back to the boys' competition. 4 games coming your way, starting with China against Qatar, and Hong Kong China will play India. Japan take on Kazakhstan, and the day gets wrapped up with Malaysia against Chinese Taipei.
中国队打声招呼，打声招呼，
宝宝打声招呼，宝宝。
打个招呼，打招呼。真是的，真是的，真是的。
来点录
画的比酒画的。
我直接就吃光了，吃光了。我不看我。
行了，小黑你就别露了。
你要不什么？黑的就说中国人。
露脸应该这么露，就是哎，这谁啊？操！
Hello，加油加油！这个头会给够了，可惜了。Hey boy, say hi, say hi, say hi, say hi, say hi, say hi, say hi.
哎，这就是下次没科目。
Say hi, say hi, say hi.
K Y O。
So for one final time today, the tournament debutants, Qatar, run out onto the pitch here in Hohhot. They face probably their toughest test of the day so far. It's the hometown favourites, People's Republic of China. And it will be Zhao Bianhan to start this final round of matches off. Ball just bouncing infield before jumping over the touchline. So it'll be a Qatari line out rather than a tap back on halfway. A messy throw from Qatar, thrown far too low, but luckily for them found a Chinese hand along the way, and so they get the scrum. Given the option of scrum or line outs, they chose scrum as their more powerful weapon. So choosing to feed this on their tight head side. August had no options and found himself running backwards. Shamal Samidon didn't want the ball for long either. So the ball clatters in on Reece September, but Qatar do win the penalty. Karani wanted the opportunity to kick that ball downfield. Galloping in towards O'Donnell August to request the ball was handed to him. It's a play that didn't look like it was really going to work out for Qatar. It ultimately proved to be the case. So scrum for China. Great step back towards his left-hand side from Chen Ling Han. Just sat his defender up. Han was never going to be stopped as he ran through the line. No fullback in place for Qatar and their defensive arrangement. And in In the end, a simple opening score from China. Haven't actually had much of the ball. That ability to change direction without losing any speed. Just invaluable in the game of sevens. China just keeping this ball alive. It's really well done there. A bit of a blind flick in. Enough control on it and enough awareness from his teammates that China were able to regather as Bing Dong then takes it forwards and towards the 22. China are able to distribute it quickly to the left-hand side. Takes 3 Qataris to pull him down, but they do get the turnover and have the opportunity to come away with it here if they can just execute. The overlap on this left-hand side, weren't able to properly, forced into a grubber kick, but didn't have a chaser on it, and so it's Bing Dong once again on the ball for China. He offloads off the ground, and Xin Yu Kui puts his teammate away in plenty of space for China's second try. Fei Shan, and to go over on this occasion. Stay China 12, Qatar 0 for the time being. As we once again see the ball ending up in the arms of Shan, who was able to run unopposed to the line. Hand in there from China. So a Qatar scrum will be the result of that latest restart. Qatar winning a penalty at scrum time. Take it quickly through O'Donnell August and on to Kirani. Such a physical presence on the field for this Qatari side. Trying to unlock some space on the wing. That offload, particularly well thought out. It's going to allow China brilliant counter-attacking opportunity. Qataris need to be careful not to infringe at ruck time there. Great offload from Xin Yu Kui. And on to Bing Dong. He will go round and score behind the posts. Waits to put the ball down till Kirani runs in. Forces him to. Version scored before the hooter sounds, so we will have another play in this first half. Kicking down onto the 22, but not really sending a chase after that one. Qatar taking a little too long to make the decision about the pass, puts themselves under artificial pressure. And now a really dangerous kick in terms of the counter-attack opportunities that could have presented China. As it is, they perhaps are not bringing quite the same intensity into this match as they were their opening two. They know job is done for them in terms of making it through to the cup. They're confident of closing this game out. And they beat India in their opening game of the day before coming up short against Hong Kong, China. That will still be enough for them to make the cup semi-finals. Pick and go around the blind side of the scrum. That'll be a lovely try for Xiaobin Yu to wrap up this first half. Chinese really haven't looked threatened by Qatar through the opening 7 minutes. They'll take a comfortable lead into the half-time break. 26 points to 0. Qatar are keen to find something, anything, that can get them on the score sheet and end their first day at this level of tournament on a high note. China unable to take that restart cleanly. They still maintain possession. Kirani has taken a knock for Qatar in the process there, which means that China get to run 7 against 6 for the time being, and that will be more than enough invitation for Jinbao Gao to go over for another score for China. See a step in and then the weave back out. Too much pace for Reece September to stay with him. China managing to turn this one over in the ruck, but not legally. And so Zhou Hoi Wang is sent to the bin, but so too it's one of the Qatari players, just looking for the number to confirm who it is that's gone. Actually, foul play off the ball is the reason. Both boys are sent to the sin bin. And instead it will be a Chinese scrum. Looking go, this time from Trey Hang Mi. He drops it off, and China are over once more. Brownie looks to have given it his absolute all. Qatar's 3 matches today. I mentioned earlier what a physical presence he's been, and when your team is on the wrong end of the results, it's very difficult to maintain that level of intensity. So we saw once more a try from Shi Shu Zhu. Stab the kick through, trying to go sprinting after it, able to clear it up relatively comfortably, and then powering through the attempted tackle from Reece September. Already out there, 22, already through the defensive line, already celebrating is Zhu Hang Mi. He scored before in this game, he will score again. China close in on the half-century of points. Qatar still looking for their first points on the board in this one. They managed a try apiece in each of their games so far today, against Hong Kong, China and against India. I'd like to keep that trend going. In order to do that, they need to get the ball off China, and frankly the possession stats for China make for grim reading for Qatar, who probably could have let that ball bounce, maybe had the tap on halfway, which didn't look like it was going 10, but instead they competed for it and knocked it forwards into touch, so it will be a Chinese scrum. Referee just taking a moment to consider the picture presented to him by that scrum there, deciding they wanted to allow play to continue, to penalise one side or the other, or as it was in the end, to just take a reset scrum. Simple attacking rugby from China. Running from the base of the scrum, fixing the first defender, creating the gap, and putting your teammate through. Jin Zhao Cheng, the latest man to add his name to the score sheet for China. He does bring up the half century. And then the post absolutely whacked on the conversion attempt. She had to duck to avoid being falconed by his own kick. Loose passes like that from Qatar have really cost them in this area of the pitch. And one of the main reasons they struggled to maintain possession, struggled to build any kind of momentum to gain a foothold in this match. I found this happening all too often. They run out of defenders and allow China to go coasting around the outside, or even worse on some occasions through gaps in the middle. See Zhu over again. Xin Chao Cheng comes up to take the kick, having scored the previous try. The referee checks his watch and calls an end to this one. A mammoth win for China's men's team over Qatar. 59 points to nil. China into the cup. Qatar will finish bottom of the group, and they will head into the plate tomorrow.
minute. Toad, can we get some more? It's coming. Same side, shift out straight away. It's been the same energy. Boys, just have a quick listen, man. Quick listen, man. Hohhot, say hi. Say hi.
यहाँ पे छुआ ना किसी को छूना नहीं। चलो यहाँ पे टच कर रहा है ठीक है चलो जर्सी पे टच करो
Hey, in there, say hi, say hi, say hi. Hi. Hi, say hi, say hi. Hi.
हंसी नहीं यार
Say hi, say hi.
समझा लाइक देखा वो मत ने
या दिखा दे
देखा वो
Barring a major upset, Pool A winners Hong Kong China head out onto the pitch for their final match of day one, where they will face India. India lost 36-0 to China in their first game of the day before beating Qatar 24-5. They do have an outside chance of upsetting the apple cart and making their way into the cup competition, but the points difference is wildly against them. So we would have to see a breakneck performance from them to rack up enough points needed. Settle in. Stranger things have happened in Sevens rugby. As Atma Mermu toe pokes that one towards the 22, and Hong Kong China immediately put themselves on the attack, galloping through the would-be tackle. And Thomas Hand and then on the far side there's the familiar power of Oliver Fisher driving forwards. He then finds Floris Kenners. Spent a couple of minutes in the bin in Hong Kong China's last match. Not that it troubled them too much. Such is the level that they are playing at. This is going to be a penalty to Hong Kong China. Holding on the floor is the call. Phillips with a tap. And sorry. Kenners. Fisher. Back inside to Kenners. Just short of the line, is he? Well, he's rolled over, and the referee's happy with it. Hong Kong China into the lead. A minute and a half gone. Oliver Phillips, who came on to replace injured Matthew McQuay in the last game, and filled in with real aplomb. Attempt the kick at goal. That one's going to fall short, so it will stay Hong Kong China 5, India 0. Some energy gel by the looks of it being brought on by Hong Kong China's physio. So the referee feeling that that was all one fluid motion from Canis. So that try was allowed. He wasn't held as he made the roll. Flicked back by India, and it's going to work out really well for them. So they hit the Jets through Sagar Prakash. And they are not only going to level things up, they are likely going to move into the lead here. Actually, that's Atma Murmu. And India do lead. And what will give them confidence is they had to expend almost no energy as a team to get that try. Yes, Murmu has absolutely sprinted hell for leather to get to the line, but only 3 Indian players touched the ball in that, and only one of them for longer than a fraction of a second. So they have shown that they can score at the drop of a hat. Hong Kong, China, no, they're in a game here. They're in a game now where they can still find the upper hand if they have the power running of Thomas Han like that. And they've got plenty of space to the right, opening gaps in front of them. Ryan Schroeder will always be able to find his way through. All of a sudden, a minute and a half it took for the first try to be notched up. Feels like an age in this match. We've had 3 in the next minute and a half. See again. There are too many Hong Kong China attackers on that right hand side. The last Indian defender had to stay wide. That created the gap, and Schroeder had enough pace to run around his man. India though, well, they had exploited the overlap themselves. They just couldn't keep control of the ball. Scrum to Hong Kong, China. Plenty of space. It's near side for Han to run into, but a brilliant cover tackle coming in from Goldan Kumar. The running we've seen from Han so far today, Kumar had absolutely no right to make that try-saving tackle, but no one had told him that, and he was not letting Han find his way to the line. Great commitment from the Indian defender. Priyanshu Kumar is going to head onto the pitch for India in a first half substitution. Not too long until half time now. Hong Kong, China 12, India 7. It's India's chuck at the line out. They need to be careful here. Poorly executed line out could have led straight to a try. As it is, it's a well executed one. Could have created an attacking opportunity had the pass gone to the hands of the try saver himself, Goldan Kumar. Need to build again. Left wing. Not going to be a penalty, Hong Kong China. China immediately finding 3 against 1. It's Thomas Hand. It's the man who finds his way to the line to stretch their lead before the break. And just pulled out the way there by the water carrier. It's just in front of Oliver Phillips lining up this conversion attempt. Waits for the hooter to sound before taking it so that his side can safely be taken to half-time. Another play in the game that could have allowed India the opportunity to score in the way they got their solitary try of the game so far. That was straight off a Hong Kong-China restart. Well, it is a contest. Hong Kong-China certainly being challenged by India. Relatively comfortable. 17-7 as they head to the huddle. Not for the first time today, we see a referee call a restart back. It's a challenging kick for India to deal with, and Hong Kong-China putting too much into that one. Chased by Flores Canas, who for the second match in a row will spend some time in the sin bin. This occasion for running into a player in the air. Again, something for Hong Kong-China to think about when it comes to the business end of this competition. They need to make sure against the biggest teams they have all 7 players on the park at all times. India, what can they do with the man advantage? That one just snatched out the air by Marji. He's done so well to hold on to that one as the captain. Still he goes and finds support. And a weaving run here into the 22 from Nag. And on to Kisan. And India will score their second try. They will claw their way back into this game, thanks to the sin binning of Flores Canes. Pushpender with the conversion attempts. Oh, he's made it. Wonderful stuff. And the margin down to just 3 now. Priyanshu Kumar to get us back underway. China will want to hold on to this ball for as long as possible while they are still a player down. But the turnover from India is going to put them in the lead. A wonderful poacher's try. They move 2 points to the good. It is Pushpender. And got his hands on that ball and threw himself full stretch over the line. Kick not able to find its target on this occasion from Kumar. As we see again, just wrestling the ball away at the ruck. There was no one at home for Hong Kong China on their left flank. India lead by 2, 3.5 to play. Kenna's back on the pitch. That pass too loose. Kicked forwards by Fisher. Play will come back. Penalty to India. 3 minutes to go. They're going to call for the scrum to use up as much time as possible. See what they can launch off set play platform. Ball's come back out off the side of the scrum that it went in. Referee satisfied that it was in there for long enough though. And then the penalty given to Hong Kong China for the tackle off the ball on Ryan Schroeder. Margie there to make the tackle in midfield before Hong Kong can find the space on the left. Do work it over to that far side. Swamped by blue shirts. Bringing the ball all the way back to the 10-metre line. Schroeder through the gap. Shrugs off the defender. Hong Kong China back in the lead. The easiest of kicks to come to turn a 3-point lead into a 5-point margin. Phillips doesn't hang about with the conversion. He's confident that Hong Kong China have what it takes to see the game out from here. They don't need to waste time. We see once again Schroeder bringing the handoff as well to make sure he was through his defender. Lost forwards by India. Scrum Hong Kong China. Inside the final minute. Be a line out, sorry. Huge calls for not straight from the sideline. And the referee giving the penalty instead for offside against India. This could do it for Hong Kong China. 5 points to the good. 5 metres out from the Indian line. Time ticking down. The Indians, well, they would have had to stop that try and then go coast to coast. It's not going to happen. The game winner had been scored by Schroeder just a moment ago. The game sealer now taken by Oliver Fisher. Conference between Oliver Phillips and the referee about how much time remains. Phillips told that there will be a play after the kick regardless. There is the hooter. A 10-point lead will be enough for Hong Kong China, regardless of what happens on this next play. Even if India do as they did in the first half and score straight from the restart, they will not be able to regain the lead in this one. They're not able to regain possession either. That ball out over the touchline, and you can see as Indian players drop to their knees. They're gutted with that one. They came so close to upsetting one of the giants of Asian rugby sevens. And Hong Kong China outfit that had looked imperious through the day so far finds its sternest test in the form of an Indian outside that do not know when they are beaten. Wonderful, wonderful performance from this Indian under-18 boys side. It's a real shame that we won't see them in the Cup tomorrow. Their second loss of the pool stage. But they are going to be a match for anybody in the plate competition. Hong Kong China, however, they go through the day undefeated and are confirmed as Pool A winners. So we will see them in their semi-final at 12:05 tomorrow afternoon. Runners-up from this pool, People's Republic of China, will play at 12:30. 2 games to go today. Men's Pool B, Japan against Kazakhstan up first, then Malaysia against Chinese Taipei. It's Hong Kong China that see out this one, 29 points to 19.
Побежим, ради тебя. Да, Сергей побежал, все ради тебя.
Japan against Kazakhstan in the penultimate match of the day here at the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship. No one's come close to Japan today. 31-5 winners over Chinese Taipei, 47-7 with winners over Malaysia. Kazakhstan, well, they came up short, 40 points to 5 against Malaysia and 31 points to 5 against Chinese Taipei. So it's top of the group against bottom of the group in this final match for each of these teams on day one. Japan will be looking to get some good practice in ahead of their appearance in the Cup tomorrow. Kazakhstan take the opportunity to learn against the top team. It's Japan that will score in the opening 30 seconds. Just calmly dotted down over the line. Little sprint through the defence and then a coast to the goal line after that. Japan 7, Kazakhstan 0. 1 minute played. See the offload from Ishin Murata to Yuta Azuma. Big hit coming in there. But, Japanese player does really well to be knocked backwards by it. Continued to gain ground. Stark and Nurzan called into action on the far side for Kazakhstan to stop the Japanese getting round on the wing. So instead they'll come to the other wing. The offload to Okada, who fed back in field to Shun Miyashita. Just too much class in this Japanese outfit for Kazakhstan to keep them out for long. Conversion missed. We'll see, try once again. Miyashita had the presence of mind at the covering defence, sprinting in from his left to right, and if he stepped right to left, he would wrong foot them comfortably and be able to head in towards the posts. He could take a bit of a hit for his efforts. It's grounded the ball. Kazakhstan now managing to hold on to this restart a bit more safely. They have their last few. Kicking possession away and finding it run straight back at them by Japan. Not able to keep the Japanese out. Despite a physical contest over the line there. nearly saw the Kazakhstani defender drag Japan out over the dead ball line at the back of the in-goal area. So it is try number 3 inside the 4th minute of play. So again, Sultan Zanturov doing his absolute best to drag Taigo Takanashi out to the back of the in-goal area, but the ball had been grounded before he touched the line. At restart, lost forwards by Japan. Kazakhstan flinging this one deep back along their attacking line. It's just given Japan so much opportunity to get up in their faces and really pin Kazakhstan back towards their own try line. So another scrub cap goes loose in the contact there. Kazakhstan do win the penalty and look to come away with it through Rinatuli and Pratikov. It's a hard man to stop. Pratikov, Santarov, to Rinatuli, up to the 22 now. A little bit of indecision about what's best to do next. Very nearly, that does lead to a knock-on. For a moment, like the referee felt the ball had gone backwards, she didn't call anything straight away. Decision eventually made. It's going to be a scrum to Japan. But first of all, we'll just wait for this injury to be sorted out. Santurov back on his feet. Time back on from the ref. Ball spurts out the back of the scrum. Japan alive to the bouncing ball and will simply use it to create another try. Riku Yamane running in unopposed and untouched for that latest score. Time ticks down in the first half as the post is rattled by Azuma. One more play left in this opening 7 minutes, and Japan reclaim their own restart. Murata flings that back along the ground. It's going to be a penalty to Japan. The blow that the referee gave the whistle, she wanted play to stop. Just having a quick word with her assistant referee on the far touchline here. Seem happy. No further action needs to be taken. Play back underway. Working this quickly from left to right and a step back inside, and actually hauled down in the tackle, but up to the 22 they go. Quite a bit of running, quite a bit of passing to find themselves in the same position on the other side, and then just a little step. That's all it takes to get through and get the final try of this half. Morata involved in the build-up on the far side. It's the man that does cross to extend Japan's lead before the break. Japan 31, Kazakhstan 0. Kazakhstan currently being outclassed by an excellent Japanese side here. Kazakhstan ready to get on with it. Referee having to ask them to wait until they're given the signal from the sideline. They can get the second half in action. Kabibulen still waiting. Sometimes having to wait all that time just builds the pressure and forces the mistake. Bounce just too high for Kabibulen to make a proper connection with the ball. After all that time, Japan end up with a tap on halfway to get themselves going in this second half. Kenshin Akita stepping back inside. And the turn and burn from Miyashita. He's just too good. He's not come up against anyone yet. He can pin him back. Immersion added for good measure. Look at that low step. It's actually Koike. Just able to get his centre of gravity so low. He's such a balanced runner. allows them to change direction without that loss of pace. Really explosive off the mark. Kazakhstan, the rare opportunity here. Mistake from Japan on the restart, and the opportunity is gone as quickly as it appeared. Japan with a 2-on-1 on that far side, which they'll turn into another try. Koiki looked a little bit puffed before he took that conversion, and well, he might be. He's just run into try-scoring opportunities, which were the best part of half a pitch length that he had to go at full pace. Japan again with the turnover. Akida. He's just wrong-footing defenders left, right and centre now. Doesn't play any games with placing the ball down. He knows that the Kazakhstanis aren't going to chase him up to put it down. They're tired and probably a little bit disheartened by how many times they've seen the Japanese players run over their try line, put the ball between the posts. 48-0 now. There's the swerve against the fullback. Already the biggest points tally of the day. The half century brought up. And they've conceded a try. Just the one in each of their games so far. I was about to say they haven't yet, but here is Kazakhstan's best opportunity to put themselves on the board. Put in on Aziz by Saitov. And that turns the ball over as well for Japan. Kozimov just about clinging on this near side to stop the Japanese attack turning into a breakaway. Now shift the point. Penetration over to the right hand side. Three Kazakhstani defenders and the one attacker trying to shut down every opportunity. It's always going to leave them short on the other side. Causes them to infringe. To work that bit harder on this near side, they end up giving away an offside penalty. And then Murata sent through a hole. Tough for Kazakhstan really to come up against Japan at this point in the day. I mean, it was always going to be a big ask whichever game they played them in. Japan really dialed in after two big results earlier in the day, playing wonderfully as a team now. Kazakhstan, well, they're going through the other end of emotions. Two losses coming into this. A lot of defending that they've had to do, a lot of chasing, and it really takes it out of you. From an endurance point of view and also a psychological point of view. It is hard to keep on chasing. And you know that you're not going to reel in the player that's running for the line. We did see a flash just a minute ago of what Kazakhstan can do when they have the ball. They have a little bit of space. Maybe now. The last throws of this match with a tap on halfway. Kazakhstan get a try that would lift them immeasurably at the end of this first day. It's not to be. Some penalties to Japan. Final play signalled by the hooter. Japan will look to take one more from this game. Not if they leave the ball behind like that. Little goosey, little swerve around the outside. Very little opposition put up by the Kazakhstani defenders, and that will be the final score of this game for Japan. Extra 2 knocked over by Kweisui. So Japan end up 64-0 victors in this one, matching the record score of the day by the girls from Japan, who beat Uzbekistan 64-0. It's not a great day to be a Central Asian country playing Japan here at the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship. Both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan coming up scoreless when playing Japan. One more game to bring you today. Malaysia against Chinese Taipei to round out Pool B here in the boys competition. Kick-off in that just 3 minutes away.
要车吗？
好，
车谁？
谁要升我？
你车吗？谁车？
他升我，他升我。
那我倒球，我第一
对
支。
你站前面的位置，可以吗？
英文可以的话，你刚刚会来站那边。
左右抢哦。
这样。
拉开要快，拉开要快，左
右会轻哦，左右会轻哦。
一直跟，一直跟，一直跟，没有到最后，没有放，没有放。
有失误就补，有失误就补。
不用。好，不要造生气。
注意。我们自己也要快，自己也要快。我们要短的，自己要快一点，不要被挖球，比较好。
盯到最后一刻。
好来。
不要放，不要放，
交。
我们一起。一条心啊。
好，
Game 21 of this opening day of the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship. And it is Chinese Taipei in blue playing left to right against Malaysia in red. Chinese Taipei, the team on the attack first of all. And injecting a lot of pace onto the ball and over towards the line, and they will get their score here. Wasting no time at all. Putting themselves in the scoring column. Chinese Taipei, like every team in this pool, did lose to Japan. It was in their opening game, and they got a 31-5 win over Kazakhstan. Malaysia, they beat Kazakhstan 40-5 and lost to Japan 47-7. So both coming into this game with 1 win and 1 loss. Winner takes it all.
Masuk, suara sikit, Gadit. Suara.
Early sub having to be made by Malaysia for the injury. It's 7-0 Chinese Taipei. Malaysia dealing well with that challenging restart. The ball does roll backwards. They've got to work hard here. 3-4 Taipei defenders around Malaysian ball carrier. But Malaysia get the penalty. Not rolling away. Take that tap slightly in front of the mark, but fast play is good play in 7, so they're allowed to continue up to halfway now. Not giving away the penalty. Shenang Wu has got himself perfectly positioned over the ball. Just comfortably on his feet. So the penalty goes against Malaysia. They will find themselves defending a line out just outside their 22. That's definitely not straight from Chinese Taipei. You couldn't tell from the way it came out of the hooker's hands. You would have been able to from the fact that the tail ender in the line out from Malaysia went to the other side of the Chinese Taipei line to position himself where he would have been able to catch the ball had it come all the way through to him. So Malaysia led off the hook, and they will have their own scrum. They've managed to gain ground quite rapidly last time they had possession, but it all broke down around halfway. Both sides getting a bit of a hook at that ball in the scrum, but it is Malaysia who win it and work it immediately over to this near side wing. It's looking very promising until the offload went awry. Big hit coming in from Mohamed Akif bin Anur in the centre of the field. Still Malaysia battling away defensively. Chinese Taipei go to the short side. They're looking for the one-on-one battle, and they're not going to win it when they lose their footing like that. Ahmad bin Mohamed Shaifu thought he was going to find himself in a bit of a battle. They didn't have to do much in the end, and Malaysia end up with the penalty, and they'll try and come away with it here, but they knock it on just as they get inside the Chinese Taipei half. frustrating for Malaysia. 3 times now. They've started to look good. They've started to build momentum. And they've not been able to hold on to the ball. Taipei coming away with it through Chan Yuan Chang. Spilt forwards just as he got inside the 22. And Malaysia with the kick and chase. They're winning the race. The bounce is absolutely perfect for Amar Sayamin bin Noor Herman. He's been an absolute star for Malaysia today. Finds his way to the line. Piece of virtuoso brilliance. Yes, it needed Malaysia to react quickly as a team when the ball was spilt forward by Chinese Taipei. But all of that hinged on bin Noor Herman seeing that there was space in behind the Chinese Taipei defensive line, executing the kick to perfection, chasing it with the speed that he's got, outstrips the others on the field. And over for the game-tying score. Leaping high into the evening sky and setting up another attacking opportunity for Malaysia. Mahmoud Rizal, had been a Noor there in support. Now they fling it out towards the right hand side, and it's Arik Anaki bin Noor, sorry, on the right hand side. Coming back towards the left, but feet in touch from bin Mood Shaifu. Dangerous moments though for Chinese Taipei. Any line out in any kind of rugby, 5 metres from your own try line, is a risky play, but always more the case in sevens. So few players involved in the line out. Chinese Taipei were originally, they went for a safe option. Hadn't quite communicated that they were going to flick it back like that, and they were saved only by the fact that the hooter had gone prior to that. So the knock-on brings the first half to an end. We go to the break, 2 sides locked, 7 apiece. 7 minutes on the clock. 7 points on the board for Malaysia. 7 points on the board for Chinese Taipei. 7 players on the pitch for each side. The winner will play in the cup. The loser will go through to the plate. It's Chinese Taipei who look to start this second half the strongest, just as they did the first. Already up to the Malaysian 10-metre line. Malaysia making a real mess of it at ruck time and slowing the ball down, but doing so legally. Taipei with the offload, just falling forwards through the hands of Su Hankao. Play breaks down outside the 22. Ben Anwar receiving some treatment. He's still got something in his eye. Just getting that sorted out before play will continue. In fact, the physio signalling that there needs to be a substitution. Marika Naki bin Anur is one of Malaysia's chief attacking threats, however, so not a player they would want to be losing in a game of this magnitude, but is this in the balance? Jia Chengguo defending the first receiver channel for Chinese Taipei. Malaysia move it straight away to the opposite side from where they had the scrum. And all the way back again. It would have been were it not for that knock on. Good to see Bin Mohd Shaiful immediately over there to comfort Nord Rizal, who hangs his head in disappointment. He knows what an opportunity has been presented to Chinese Taipei here. Scrum's going to be reset. There's not enough stability from either side. The ball to be fed in there. A proper competition to take place. Go short side, Chinese Taipei. It's going to work for them. Chen Huan Chang, to get to the 5-metre line and offload. Huge bosh going in from the Chinese Taipei attackers, and they really enjoyed that one. They know how crucial a score it could be, but also the way in which it was scored. I mean, from the scrum, being so physical. Jia Chengguo saw him lining up on the defensive line a minute and a half ago when it was Chinese Taipei that were defending the scrum. You could see how much he wanted to get stuck into his opposite number. He didn't get the chance then. With ball in hand, he was not shying away from the contact. Watch this again. Look how low he gets. Hammering into the shoulder of Bin Nur Haman. Stayed down for quite a long time after that. Gotta say, could be curtains for Malaysia. Bin Nur Haman is off, but just not able to take it cleanly. It looked as Bin Nur Haman walked off the pitch at the far end, like Maud Rizal, the man who knocked it on a couple of minutes ago, was about to score a carbon copy try of that scored by Bin Noor Haman in the first half. He just wasn't able to gather it cleanly. The bounce wasn't as kind to him as it was his teammate. So the attack comes to an end. Chinese Taipei will have the scrum. Chen Han Chang positioning himself to be able to fire this immediately out to Zhu Han Kao. And still Chinese Taipei go. Hoping him to be brought to ground, gets them up over halfway. Trying to find the space with the switch, but in the end it results in the ball going to ground, and Malaysia with the attacking opportunity. And are they going to have the pace to go for the line? Yes, they are, and the presence of mind to swing it infield as well. Bin Mo Shaifu has done tremendous work there. Not only to put himself in a scoring position, but then to know that Maud Rizal was inside and in a far better position to score underneath the posts to tie this game up, kick to come. Maud Rizal, well, the disappointment with which he hung his head after that knock-on in his own 22 earlier this half. He then got Malaysia up the pitch with a kick ahead that couldn't quite turn into a scoring opportunity, but he was there for that one, and it may be the game winner. Watch the pace from Bin Mo Shaifu, and then how he slows himself down there and flings that pass back in field for Maud Rizal is absolutely wonderful. Just seconds remain in this contest, and Chinese Taipei, having thought they might be home and hosed, are 2 points down and heading only to the plate on day 2. Can they come up with something at the death? 10 from halfway already. They've looked the more confident with ball in hand. They've been the more physical side. All that might count for nothing when it comes to the opportunist scores that Malaysia have managed to come away with, even despite some of their best players going off the field. But still Chinese Taipei pour forwards. Malaysia, they're going to be penalised for being offside here, and this is going to be a sin bin as well because it was cynical, given the state of the game, given the time left in it, to be offside and to tackle the scrum half at that point is a cynical foul. And if Malaysia are going to see this one out, they are going to have to do it the hardest way. Player down. Chinese Taipei called for the scrum, and you can understand why. 4 players have to be in that 5-metre square patch of grass by the referee. That leaves just 2 players in the wide channels for Malaysia to defend against Chinese Taipei's 3 runners. All they have to do is line their men up one by one, and the try surely is theirs, but Malaysia scrambles brilliantly in defence to shut that one down. Taipei will have to come again. The pass should have gone there. That would have been the winning try, but still they go, and they will get it in the end. Look at the relief. Look at the exultation from the Chinese Taipei players. Cheng Huan Chang, the match winner for them. Desolation for the Malaysian players, especially their man in the bin. To be fair to him, all of the Malaysian players were offside when he was. It was just he was closest to the ruck. He was the man that made the tackle. He paid the harshest price. It's one that costs the whole team. Taipei were moments from going out of the cup competition. Run onto the field, subs embracing the men that were on the pitch. Absolute delight. The end of this exciting first day of the Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship. We've had a mix of results. We've had consummate performances by the Japanese sides, both the girls and the boys competitions. We've had the home favourites China performing brilliantly in both competitions. What we hadn't had was an absolute classic that swung one way and then the other throughout. It was a nail-biter to the end. But Malaysia and Chinese Taipei have dished up the perfect ending to this opening day. And if that doesn't make you want to come back for more tomorrow, I don't know what will. Look at the scenes. I mean, wonderful tries from Malaysia through Bin Noor Herman in the first half, and then through Mode Rizal in the second. It looked to have sealed it. Here is that Mode Rizal try set up by Bin Mode Scheifel, flinging it back in field to ensure that the conversion would be scored. Chinese Taipei having missed theirs, but this is the winning moment. Chen Huan Chang forcing his way to the line despite the best efforts of Mohammed Haikal Ismail. The winning try, the winning moment for Chinese Taipei. They will go into the cup as runners-up in Pool B. Wow, a breathless contest to end the day. And you can say, with the performances we've seen today, the future of Asian rugby, the future of Asian rugby sevens is very, very bright indeed. Wonderful performances from nations from Central Asia, South Asia, East and Southeast Asia. As I say, so much more to look forward to tomorrow. We get underway the same scheduled time tomorrow. The first match meant to take place at 9:35 local time. That will be a bye because of the 7 teams in the women's competition, in the girls' competition. So the first match will actually be 10 a.m. That is going to be the plate semi-final in the girls. We'll then have the 2 cup semi-finals before we move to the boys' competition, plate and cup semi-finals. And it will run through the afternoon until we have the women's cup final at 3:25 and the men's cup final at 3:50. An action-packed day of rugby sevens at the 2025 Asia Rugby Emirates Under-18 Sevens Championship. It's been a wonderful day of pool play. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been watching around the world. I've been Will Shepherd, and do join us again tomorrow for more action from 9:35.